Hello, everybody. First, I'd like to thank Timbo the Wizard for allowing me this opportunity to be the keeper for all of you. And with that, I am your keeper, Illithid. My pronouns are he, him. Tonight, we have for you a classic of the horror genre. Picture with me 1920s Boston. A Tuesday afternoon, deep into summer. We see the so-called Cradle of Liberty before us. Older brick buildings alongside the newer, taller Art Deco style. Touring cars pack the streets alongside rare horse-drawn carriage. And crowds of people going about their business. A hired crier waving the August 10th issue of the Boston Globe can be heard shouting the headlines. Allies hold off Soviet blockade! Stops Ponzi checks bankruptcy petition! Our view eventually leads us through Washington Street to a neat little row of brick buildings. We are pulled to one specific brick building through a window into a hallway, and within we see, at the end, a dark wooden door with a fogged window. On it, a neat line of text reads, "The order of uppers and downers, no solicitors." It does seem like somebody tried to change the letters recently, but a final decision has been delayed. As we push through the door, we hear a heated debate on the efficacy of Ouija boards and spiritualism. Let's have our characters introduce themselves. First up, I'm going to be calling on Mish. Why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself and your character and what your stance is in the debate.
All right, so I am Mishroom Soup. My pronouns are he, she. I'm going to be playing Mortimer. He's of the young age of 55. He's been around the block a couple times. He's got a lot of opinions, and he's just about as hard of a stone. He feels Ouija boards are incredibly relative. Being from the heart of Mississippi, he's absolutely seen some things that cannot be explained by modern science. The supernatural is the only other explanation. And he cannot be swayed to anybody else's point. When he's pitched his point in the sand, he stands on the other line waiting for you to cross.
And where exactly is Mortimer in the office?
Mortimer is sitting in one of the chairs. He's already made his point, so he's leaning back and letting the youngsters argue it out. Having 5 fiery sons himself, he knows when to just sit back and let things play out. And if he needs to interject, he will, but things are tame now.
All right, perfect. And how about Raich? How about you introduce yourself, your character, where you are in the room, and what's your stance?
All right, I am Raichkyu. My pronouns are she, her. I'm playing Emmerich Tovel, who is a 29-year-old he, him. He's got kind of a baby face, short, like slicked back brown hair, wearing a white shirt with a brown tie and suspenders and trousers. He is currently sitting at probably one of the few sittable tables in the room, taking notes at everyone's particular points they're making, and making notes of himself, but to any outsider looking at his the notes he has, it really looks illegible, completely illegible. And he has been asserting that Ouija boards are a sort of physical placebo effect where hands will likely move if one another guides them toward it. So he's pretty much saying that someone is always guiding the whatever you call it on a Ouija board.
The planchette.
There we go, the planchette.
All right. And how about we go to Druid? How about you introduce yourself, your character, where you are in the room, and what's your stances?
Yes, I am TheSesh cast. He, him. I will be playing Seraph Starchild. He, him as well. Seraph is a well-dressed man in a single suit that the entire group has seen him in every single day. He never changes it, but he keeps it as clean as possibly. He is a very tall gentleman who's probably sitting in one of the nicer chairs inside the office. And he knows that the supernatural is real and that using a Ouija board does call upon the spirits. So he is saying that it should rarely be used, as spirits do deserve to be at rest. And if they are not at rest, calling upon them will only agitate them even more.
All right. And finally, Timbo. But you introduce yourself, your character, where you are in the room, and what your stance is.
Hey everybody, I'm Timbo the Wizard. My pronouns are he, him, and tonight I'm going to be playing Billy the Bootlegger. Billy, Bobby, he's got a lot of different aliases that he goes by, and he is a tall, towering stack of a man. He's wearing plain but well-fitted clothing, to be inconspicuous, but looking good while doing it. And he's quite tall, wearing a hat, mutton chops, and like a kind of pencil-thin mustache. He's smoking a hand-rolled cigarette as he is restocking and behind the bar, kind of filling drinks for the group. And he is falling in the position of, he's kind of almost sitting on the fence. It's as he is both like playing both sides, as it was. And it's interesting because it is almost as though he is, from the outside perspective, to those who wouldn't know him very well, he seems to be like almost just trying to spur the argument on, but to his fellow cohorts, they know that he is simply interested in both sides of the conversation and wanting to hear both perspectives and hear them both out.
All right. And this conversation has probably been going on for the better part of an hour. You've all been arguing your various points, and at this point, I would say you begin to hear a soft knocking on the office door.
All right, Seraph will stand up and go to answer the door.
All right,
Not
you
sure
walk
why
to
we
the-
have the sign that says no solicitors. I enjoy when people show up to offer services and goods. Maybe they can even view the light.
You see, as you walk up to the door through that fogged glass, an image of a slight man, shorter than yourself. The details aren't immediately apparent, but as you open the door, you see before you a slight man. Think an Ichabod Crane style body, very thin in a suit that's a bit larger than what would be recommended for a gentleman as tailored to himself. He seems to be hunched over on himself in like a not very confident sort of way and kind of clutching a briefcase. He says, "Is this the offices of the Order of the Uppers and Downers?"
It is quite. How may I be of assistance?
Oh, I was hoping to hire you all in a matter of investigation.
Well, come in. Make haste. We don't need any prying eyes viewing our forte of what we do here. Please come in.
All right, he comes in, and you can all see him at this point. He kind of looks around a bit nervously.
So how may the Order of the Up and Downers be at assistance to you?
Please, sir. Would you care for a drink, sir?
Oh, yes, I'd love something, a whiskey if you have it.
Oh, of course. And he'll pour him a whiskey and hand it on over to him. Let them not say that the Order of Uppers and Downers is not hospitable.
Well, thank you. I definitely appreciate it. And yeah, he takes the drink and he sits down. Says, all right. Well, I guess I won't waste your time. I'm Mr. Stephen Knott. I'm a landlord here in Boston, and I hold a property over in Cops Hill. Former tenants of mine were met with a terrible tragedy and had to vacate the premises a few years back, but ever since then, I've been having some difficulties renting the place back, and I was hoping to, through your reputation with strange occurrences, hoping to hire you all to possibly investigate the matter and maybe put a ribbon on the whole thing so I can get back to renting it. Any sort of clients are deadly afraid that of various rumors. It's been awful. So I'm just hoping to clear the name of the place, show them that there's nothing to worry about, really. Is that something that would fall in your purview?
I mean, we'll find a reason for it, sure. You're paying us for this? Hiring us?
Oh, yes. Of course. I would definitely reimburse you for your time. My plan is $25 a day with a $25 advance, if that seems amenable.
Emmerich's eyes will widen slightly, and then he regains his composure. I suppose I could.
If you want any context on that, that is basically $400 today.
Yeah, Mortimer is leaning forward. He kind of puts a hand out, seeing Emmerich getting really excited. Oh, hold your horses. Now, especially for that kind of money, I like to know what I'm walking into. How about you give us your account of what's going on, what you think is happening, and what your tenants are so afraid of?
Honestly, it seems like a lot of superstition, really. There should be nothing to worry about. As for all that I know, it's an upstanding place with a very short history in the area. You know the area, superstitions. Well, actually, I apologize. Are you locals? You have an office.
Locals, yes, but it's causing you $25 worth of worry, $25 a day.
Well, I'd like to get this wrapped up quickly, so hopefully it's not too many days. But it's been an ongoing issue. The rumors are out of control.
Care to humor us with these rumors?
I prefer not to put any stock into the nonsense, really.
Mortimer leans back in his chair, and he doesn't have anything else to say. But for those that had been around him for a while, you can tell he does not believe this man. He thinks it's a lot deeper than what he's leading.
Any reported happenings lately? If we're not going with rumors or superstitions, any in the area report to you some kind of unusual activity?
I'm sure there's some specifics. Honestly, I don't visit the area myself that often. You're all starting to get the feeling that he's definitely closed off, that he's not willing to share too much. Would anybody like to perhaps attempt to persuade him to reveal the truth, or charm him, or try to take any of those sort of attempts?
I can attempt to persuade. I don't think it's going to go very well, but I can
Sure
attempt.
thing. Yeah, if you would like to attempt to persuade, go ahead and click that. It will be at a regular difficulty.
Okay. No.
Yeah, he's seeming closed off based on what you said earlier.
Oh, great.
Listen, I'm offering some pretty good money here. Are you going to take the case, or?
Is anybody else able to try to charm him? If not, then I won't.
It's up to
Charm's
you all.
super bad. My charm is very bad.
Okay,
Do we have
I can
characters?
try.
Or persuasive characters, or maybe some fast talkers in the group?
Oh my god, I had fast talking and I forgot.
So yeah,
Much better at fast talk.
as a quick overview for you guys and the audience as well, when it comes to social skills, there's kind of four main ones. There's persuade, which, is kind of using logic or reason to kind of get that out. Charm, it's kind of an appeal to emotions in some sort of sense. Fast talk, you're using kind of confusing, double speak. It's the kind of skill somebody like a used cars salesman would have. And then finally, intimidate, which is pretty self-evident what situations fall under intimidate.
Oh, actually, I can intimidate.
Yeah, if you want to try to intimidate this client, please. But beware that maybe a critical failure might lead to some problems.
Well, is
I'll just
anybody
put that-
else? Yeah. Anybody else have any social skills?
I just got fast talk, but I already tried persuade. So,
Yeah, let's give somebody else a chance. I
exactly.
think, Timbo, were you saying something?
Oh, I feel like, is Seraph not the face? Is Seraph not the cult leader of the group, as it were?
Is Sesh
I do have
still here?
charm.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, I spoke a few moments ago. Yeah, I do have charm, but what's your intimidate?
Is above table speak aloud?
No.
Sure. Yeah, it's a one shot. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm up to 60 for intimidate.
Oh yeah, you should definitely do it then.
Oh, I'm a father of 5. All right. I think whenever is he a young man, or is this like a middle-aged man?
Probably closer to middle age. I would say. Double check my notes. I would say he's early 40s.
Okay, so I still have a decade and some change seniority on him.
Yeah.
Mortimer is going to adjust his hat. He's kind of threaded his fingers, like his thick working fingers, over his, this soft stomach, and he's leaned back in this chair. And he says, Now, son, nobody gives up that much money for nothing that they're not. What's a good, simple word for it? Scared shitless about. This isn't my first time around the block. How about you shoot straight with me?
All right, go ahead and roll it, and then on that little marker, go ahead and give yourself a bonus die.
Ooh, yippee.
So yeah, just to slide it over to the +1.
All right, +5. Got it.
Yep, exactly. I don't even think it goes that high. Oh, there we go. You got a hard success, it looks
Oh,
like.
hell yeah.
All right, so
His father never said, "I love you, son."
eyes wide, sweat starting to appear on his brow. He's like, well, they say it's haunted. Okay? It feels silly to say out loud, but they say it's haunted, that there's something in there causing mischief and pushing people away. Okay? I'm hoping that there's a more reasonable solution, but that's what I'm hiring you all for. So, are you going to take the offer?
Mortimer looks at his compatriots. How are they all feeling about it? That hearing that it's potentially haunted, potentially dangerous.
I think Bobby looks even more intrigued than he had before. Like I think at the initial, I mean, $25 a day, that's not nothing to sniff at. Absolutely.
Yeah.
But still, like, I think he was figuring it was probably something simple, but the idea of a haunting has his curiosity definitely piqued, and you can see that.
I think Seraph, who wasn't very interested when the money was talked about, because $25 is nothing to him, to be honest. But hearing that it could be haunted, he's like, all right. I think we are up to the challenge.
Well, very good then. And then quick check in too. What about Emmerich? What's Emmerich thinking?
Speaks up and says, well, you understand we're going to need more details than that, because this world really is a amazing place full of mysteries, but it all works together. So some people observing may consider hauntings, and he does air quotes, or danger, but we will need to know what is being said exactly so we can put a reason to the madness.
Well, I think that's what I'm paying you to find out. I don't have all the details. So if you want to go to the neighborhood and canvass around or look into the house itself, that's up to you all. And you see him kind of rummage through his suitcase, and then he lays out 2 neat bills, a $20 and a $5 bill, and he says, all right, I think we're all in agreement. He kind of just looks to you all for final confirmation.
Mortimer nods and he asks, we have full run of the place, any keys, any potential...
Yes. Sorry.
Yeah.
He reaches in and he procures a key and he lays it down on a table. All right, and the address is it's over on Cops Hill on Sheaf Street, and he gives a specific address. I don't have the exact number, but you get the exact details.
Okay. Does he give us any, like, paperwork tied to it? Like, does he have... Is there any relevant, like, documentation of who those previous tenants were?
No, he does not give you any of that.
Mm.
Well then, I hope this goes well for the both of us. If you'll excuse me. And
Just-
he,
Did we get a point
Yes.
of contact?
right. On that little paper that he kind of wrote down the address, he went ahead and wrote down a phone number that you can call him,
Okay.
which is pretty rare this time.
Just yeah.
It shows that he definitely has a little bit of wealth. Or it's an office phone number or something to that effect.
Okay.
Bobby will escort Mr. Knott to the door, and he will say, as he's exiting, and he'll say, "Thank you so much for your patronage, Mr. Knott. We'll definitely, the Order of Uppers and Downers appreciates it. We'll definitely make sure to take care of your Knott ghost." And he'll wink at him.
Yes, well, thank you all. Sorry, I got a bit heated. Good day. He steps out.
Hmm.
All right. And you are left to your own devices. Is there anything you'd like to discuss amongst yourselves?
It's an interesting case. I'm almost thinking that to start, we should maybe look to see what happened in the past. He had mentioned something grisly had happened.
Yeah, I'm sure the library has an old newspaper about it.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, there's quite a few places. You basically have the run of Boston, but if you want any sort of direction, I am free to provide it. A library is a good place to start. Newspaper, Hall of Records. If anybody has any contacts with the police, they think they can get in there. It's up to you guys. So where to first? And are you splitting up or staying together?
Mortimer is definitely going to go to his library and try to find anything relevant about the address. Because the guy gave us a loose timeline, so he's just going to have to... It's going to take him a while to flip through all of those, though.
Yeah. You think that, going to the library and doing some serious research, might take the better part of the rest of the day. So we got one for library. What about the rest of you?
I can go to the neighborhood and ask around.
Okay.
I was thinking the same, so I will probably escort Emmerich as well.
Oh, escorting me.
School,
Now head
yes.
to the library then with our old man.
Our lovely Seraphim and our old man Mortimer go together to the library. And our Billy the bootlegger and scientists go talk to the neighbors. Okay, perfect. So I guess what we'll do is we'll go ahead and hit up the library first. So, the Central Library of Boston. A worthy institution. Approaching, you can see people coming out at this time of day, here and there. It seems to be filled with a certain amount of students. It's very quiet once you enter in, but you can hear the sounds of books being moved, pages being turned, carts being pushed, pencils or pens being written across paper. There's a general low shuffle noise kind of happening throughout. All right, and what is your goals? What are you trying to kind of look into here at the Central Library? Just the house in general? Its history? What do you think?
Yeah, wanting to put a good picture of the house and its history, anything notable that would have happened at this house.
Okay. And for Seraphim, any any other specifics from that, or are you just going to kind of assist with that?
I think I'll just assist. I mean, I think we were just looking for maybe any news about the old tenants before they left.
Okay, perfect. All right, so in that case, we're going to be using one of the most important skills in Call of Cthulhu, library use. So, what we'll do, since you're kind of both in the same focus, I'll have you guys do one library use check, so you guys can choose amongst the two of you who has the better one, and then I'll give that person a bonus die.
Mortimer, what's yours
Okay.
looking like? Mine's is 20.
Mine is 75.
All right, looks like
Dang.
you're a nerd.
Yeah, I mean, I work at a library. I'm a librarian.
All right, so yeah, go ahead and roll it. Set the one bonus die, and it'll be a regular success, but the higher your success, the more information you might receive.
All right. ISBN, don't fail me now.
All right, we got, it looks like, one level of success, a regular success. So you're going through the newspaper archives that they do have here, and you're able to obtain the both of you over a period of time. Let's see, a series of newspaper clippings. So let me go ahead and pull those up.
Ooh. We get assets.
Yes. So if I can direct you all to right over here. And then I think I need to do this. Okay, boom. All right, that is the first article you find. And I'll have one of you maybe read that out aloud, if you don't mind.
Yappin' yappin'. You can read it if you'd like.
And if you feel more comfortable just kind of summarizing the key information too, there is going to be some longer documents. So.
You can read it, man.
Okay. Boston, May 14th, 1835. Following a long illness, local merchant Hans Jürgen Schmidt has sold his recently completed Cops Hill property to one Walter Corbett, who has requested the utmost discretion in this matter. The house, which is situated on Sheaf Street in Boston, was completed only 2 months ago, but Schmidt was forced to sell it due to his ailment. Schmidt has taken up residence with his brother-in-law in nearby Arkham. He is reported to be suffering from a combination of mania and fever brought on by an ailment which has yet to be diagnosed. Sheaf Street residents report that Corbett has been purchasing various crates and barrels from local merchants for the past week. It is believed that this is related to some kind of business venture. However, details remain unknown at this time.
All right. And in addition to that, you find 2 other paper clippings, which I will share. And while you both read through them on your own, I will go ahead and switch over.
It looks that I can't read.
Oh no. I'll go ahead and switch over to our other group. So, the neighborhood, you make your way to Sheaf Street. Emmerich and Billy. We see a very narrow street. It looks like only basically a single lane, one way. A horse carriage would have a hard time coming through here, but some of the new touring cars could fit. On either side, there are rows of these brick buildings, and there's not too much activity outside here, actually, even at this time of day. You do see that there is a vendor outside, kind of nearby. There's kind of a little stall that's set up, and you see a man kind of sitting there reading a newspaper. He's got a series of newspapers and cigars and things like that that somebody might on a walk want to pick up. So, what would you like to do?
I propose we talk to the vendor.
I agree. Does Bobby recognize the vendor?
The vendor? That's a good point. How about we go ahead and do a luck check? So if you go ahead and see on your sheet on the far left, there is a button that says luck. Go ahead and hit that. We'll see if this is somebody that you happen to know through your various travels. We got a very good luck check. So yeah, let's go ahead and say that this you recognize. You don't know him intimately, but you do recognize that this man is Mr. Dooley. You've ran into him at various times during your, let's say, more seedy activities. And yeah, he's got kind of a wide face, a stubble. He's got one of those kind of newsboy caps. He's got a cigar in his mouth, just kind of reading the newspaper, a bit portly.
We talking like 20s, 30s?
I would say, yeah, 30s.
Okay. Billy will greet Mr. Dooley as he does with all the people of the neighborhood with a firm nod to him as he walks up. Mr. Dooley, how's business going today?
Is that Billy? I didn't expect to see you around here.
Oh, you know me. I'm always making deliveries, doing the drops at different spots. How are you doing?
It's good to see you. I mean, I ain't doing much right now. I'm just kind of sitting around here on the corner, you know, waiting for somebody to pass by, make a buck.
Well, looks like you're just in luck. What do you got today? And Bobby will just purchase something from him. He'll spend like a cool 20 cents at his little stand.
Ooh,
big
fancy spender.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think when it comes to your specific credit rating, I think that is well within your just easy pocket cash sort of spending level. So we don't need to worry about rolls or anything like that. That's just an amount you could spend. You grab a copy of the newspaper and one of these fine cigars. Well, I appreciate the business there, Billy. And who's your friend here?
Oh, I was just about to introduce him. This is my good pal Emmerich. Emmerich, tell him about yourself.
Nice to meet you, sir. I just a friend of Billy's. I'm involved in the sciences. He just stands there a little awkwardly.
Mysterious, okay. Bit strange, but I mean, we meet a lot of strange people, don't we?
Indeed.
Yes, I suppose.
Indeed. That's
Well,
our
what do you
Emmerich.
do around this neighborhood, Billy.
We actually have been doing a bit of looks in around. Have you heard anything strange been going on in this neighborhood?
Yeah, I mean, there's been some odd things happening with the house down there at number 42. It's been vacant for quite a while. I mean, other than that, neighborhood's pretty much it's been quiet lately.
The good kind of quiet or the ominous kind of quiet? Like there's something creeping in.
I mean, I guess that depends on what type of person you are. For me, it's just quiet.
That's good,
What do you-
Mr. Dooley. That's good.
What's got you so curious about the neighborhood?
Oh, just hearing a few interesting rumors here and there is going about my duties to the neighborhoods at large. Makes a man a little concerned. Thought I'd do the Good Samaritan route,
Okay. Well, if that's the case, I don't really have too much to say. It's, it's a quiet corner. Are you looking to move in here on my business there, Billy?
On your business? No, never. I respect you too much.
Okay, because you come around here, you start asking questions, it's circumspect.
No, of course, Dooley. Mr. Dooley. I would never own it on your territory. I work my hands to the bone with my own set of what I got already, and couldn't even if I wanted to.
Okay, I believe you. Just gotta make sure.
Of course.
Sir, are you acquainted with anyone on this street?
Yeah, I know most of the people. We see each other from time to time. People come by, they purchase. They purchase often, I'd say I know them.
Any unusual activity lately?
Lately, no. Like I said, things have been quiet.
Huh. Interesting. Where do you, if you don't mind me asking, where do you live?
Where do I live? That's a pretty personal question.
Just, vaguely, like, do you live near here, or?
No, I don't live near here.
Okay.
Nope, I just work here.
He starts writing things down while he's standing there.
Is your friend okay? He looks at you, Billy.
Oh, him writing. That's a good sign. Trust me. He's got all these thoughts and ideas. He's one of them book learning types, and he's real good at it. He's real good.
Okay, if you say so.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dooley. You've been a big help.
Yeah, no problem.
I'm gonna enjoy this later. He says, showing him this cigar he bought.
You do that. There's more where that came from.
Nice to meet you, sir.
Hey, it was meeting you too.
As we walk off. Oh, go on.
Waves you off.
Get out of here.
Yeah, get out of here. As we walk off, I'm gonna look to Emmerich and say, "Do you wanna go look at what's going on in 42, or do you wanna maybe go back to the office and to put the rest of the uppers?"
While we're here, I think I'd like to look around a little bit, maybe talk to 42. Just get some information, because right now we're just getting stuff we can't really work with too much. We just know it's been quiet, and that's it.
True.
So we need to find out what quiet means in regards to this location.
Makes sense. Got to bring them something more concrete than a number on a building. Let's go.
All right.
Okay. So you guys are gonna kind of canvass the neighborhood a little bit?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, maybe knock on a door.
All right, in that case, I would say this would probably be a charm type skill, but if you've got a good reason, I'm just gonna kind of summarize this with a skill roll from the two of you. So it could probably be a persuade roll from Emmerich if you're trying to use logic and reason and that sort of thing. But
I'm way better at fast talk.
Well, how would you fast talk and sort of confuse them? What sort of method would you take? Best fast talkers I can think of are kind of like charlatan, hucksters, used car salesmen.
Did the census exist at this time? I don't know.
Census existed, yeah. It was a very important thing at
Be a
the
census
time.
taker.
There you go, yeah. You can try to fast talk him through some census stuff, like ask him a couple census questions. In between, has anybody died here recently? And then, jump back,
Ooh,
So
yeah,
we've got-
that's good.
Fast talk from you, Emmerich, and then Billy, what method are you taking?
I'm not so charismatic. I guess I would probably go. I would probably just try attempt to be supporting Emmerich in his fast talking. So I would probably be like supporting with like charm and just like attempting to stand there and look like a census taker. You know what I mean? Like try to make us look like we belong, right?
Okay. All right, both of you roll those skill checks, those specific ones, and we cut back to the library. So both Mortimer and Seraphim have found a
What the?
Oh, somebody got a crit, but we'll deal with that in a moment.
Not me.
So yeah, Mortimer and Seraphim have both found some newspaper articles. You don't have to read them out loud, but what do you guys discuss amongst yourself now that you have these?
So what do you make of all of this, my dear Mortimer?
Well, I would be interested to know how Corbett reacted or how he behaved prior to purchasing this property. Seems like it took not even a full 20 years for him to start having issues in this home, and he's also suffering from some type of illness. I would be curious to get more information on the exact details of his illness. I honestly would want to know how long Hans has lived there before he started to have issues. These barrels that Corbett was buying up, there's just too much adding up for me. And I also would like to know if they let him be buried in the basement of that house. Now, death is a powerful thing, grave dirt especially. So if he was allowed to be buried in that house, regardless of what the lawsuit of the neighbors, how that turned out, if any piece of him is down there, well, I could only imagine there would be some sort of supernatural issues going on.
Okay, so Mortimer's also the other supernatural head. He's one of the other uppers.
He is.
Okay.
Yeah,
Alright,
he don't know everything that's going on in this world. You kids are fucking, you all are silly. Whatever.
Okay, good. So he's with the other one.
Yeah.
So yeah, Seraphim will look upon it and go, yes, at first my mind did lead to a minor possession, but the power within it was so strong. It does seem very quick for him to have gotten so ill, and undoubtedly with the buying up of barrels, and if they did allow him to actually be buried in that ground, that would be almost guaranteed a starting of some form of ritual.
Unless he was performing some type of ritual in the first place, and that's why he was so eager to be buried there.
It's possible. That could even be why the effects took place so fast. I think we need to get a feel of the grounds at first. Maybe we stroll by there before heading back to the office and going back to the other two.
I agree. I'll take my notes with me just in case we happen upon some other information about Mr. Hans and Mr. Corbett.
Okay.
Do you have some form of holy text with you? We're at a library. Can we find a holy text? Just
We can check out our Bible.
There's just no Bibles here at all. It's really weird. No, yeah, you can find.
Yeah, we'll take one. It's a Bible of the Latter-day Saints or something.
Oh,
Yeah, 7-day Adventist.
Mm.
It's like, though we may not believe in the faith, having a holy text is can be enough to ward away some spirits.
True enough.
All right, so you start. So it sounds like you both want to head to the Corbett house itself.
Yeah.
But also, with what you were discussing earlier as well, if you did want to find out information about an individual person, the Hall of Records would probably be the best place for that. So that's something that you can just have in your back pocket.
Ooh, okay, good to know. Thank you.
But it did sound like you wanted to look more into Walter Corbett himself, so that's just general knowledge. People would kind of have that if they were in kind of this researching kind of mindset. But you both leave the library and start heading down to Chief Street. Meanwhile, our canvassing. So, Emmerich is a pretty smart guy, but he's not very good with people. He starts talking about the census and all these things, and he starts getting really involved with like making his census questions very accurate. So you just kind of focus mostly on this census question.
yeah.
And you actually start getting a pretty good idea of what the general data of the neighborhood is when it comes to like ages, jobs, like general birth rates, general population. And Billy kind of follows you through a couple houses, and then he kind of just stops following you after a while as he realizes this isn't getting anywhere. And you just start asking people questions. You get some general information from people. You learn that you learn a few facts just by talking to the neighbors in the area. You learn that the Macario family moved into the house a couple of years ago, and I went ahead and wrote their name in the chat. That should be visible. Yeah. A couple years ago, a year after moving in, the father had a pretty serious accident, and according to the neighbors, just kind of became violent after that. Someone stated that they heard one time when he was outside him babbling about someone staring at him with burning eyes. And then eventually even the Miss Macario started becoming withdrawn as well. Currently, the two of them are in Roxbury Sanitarium, which is a few miles away from Boston. And their children were taken in by some relatives. And that's kind of what you learn by canvassing around and talking to various groups of people.
Emmerich's still
So do you
doing
meet back up
census.
with Emmerich? Roxbury. I'll go ahead and write it down. All right, there you go. And that's perfect, because as you watch Emmerich finishing up with the final house, past Emmerich, down the street, it's a pretty short street, you can see turning the corner is two familiar members of your group, Mortimer and Seraphim.
And that's why I believe that there will be a ingress of Yetis down to Florida. Oh, hello there.
Mortimer, hearing the last of this conversation, I feel like Bobby can get the idea that Mortimer is really used to just letting people talk on, and it's not that he doesn't completely listen, but he also just takes peace in letting people yap at him. So that's exactly what happened. He just let Sarah just talk away, just get everything he wanted to get out.
It's just been however long about how there will soon be a migration of Yetis going to Florida and changing their, and then they will mate with the other Sasquatches down there.
The entire time, Mortimer's been just like, just like giving dad grunts.
Yes, the Appalachian skunk ape. And as you're finishing up that sentence, you see your other two companions finishing canvassing the neighborhood.
Well,
Wow.
looks like you all had a fun time.
You can say
gestured
that.
to. I look at your notepad of all these questions you've been asking people.
You can't read it. You can't read his writing at all. But there's a lot of writing.
Yeah, he's been told about his god-awful script so often. And has been given books about writing and just like penmanship. But at this point, Mortimer is just like, well, you can read it. I don't gotta look at it. Whatever. You ain't my son. You wouldn't have walked out of my house like that. But yeah, look.
We talked to almost everybody on the street, I believe, and a lot of people died of old age last year.
All right.
He just seems weirdly kind of like he's trying to contain his how excited he is about
I'm screaming
About everyone dying of old age.
about the statistic.
about the statistics.
God, who gave him a census pad?
Couple new family members for some of these houses too. It's kind of amazing actually.
Would you say,
Like last year they weren't there, and then this year they are.
Emmerich, would you potentially say it's a statistical anomaly?
No, I don't believe it's an anomaly because there's not much that's actually different. Was that supposed to be a joke?
Maybe.
Because I will answer the question.
I know you will, Emmerich. I know you will. He pats him on the shoulder.
And Billy, did
Yeah.
I learn anything of pace?
We did. Well, I mean, I did. We were talking to Mr. Dooley for a little bit. The guy over there. Make sure you patronize him. He's fairly nice. He's telling us a little bit about number 42. Apparently, it's been vacant for a while. Bobby will shrug. But we also found out quite well. Again, Emmerich, he was finding out this really important information. This is going to be relevant. Mm-hmm. This will be relevant. Mm-hmm. I swear.
Always comes back around.
Always. But I did find that some of the folks that had lived here around the same time frame that Mr. Knott had mentioned, they had ended up committed and seemingly had gone through what appeared to be, from an outward perspective, some kind of emotional turmoil or change. It seemed like they were maybe different, or I don't know. Something had affected them.
Maybe that ritual was quicker to finish than we thought.
Ritual? What ritual?
It is only a hypothesis right now, but we did learn a few things. Mortimer,
Oh yeah, I didn't see you with the pen and a piece of paper. Well, and he's gonna take out his little notepad, and he's holding it like away from his face as he's reading, even though he's the one who wrote it. Um, he explains, place used to belong to Hans Schmidt, sold to Mr. Corbett. And due to an ailment, he couldn't keep up. He couldn't keep up the payments. And then Corbett began buying up crates and barrels. The neighbors were worried about that. Not even a full 20 years, it was about actually 15 years later. They were seeing serious behavioral issues from him. They wanted to evict him by force. And then Corbett passed away. They don't know what exactly happened, but we know that Corbett passed away because of some unknown ailment, and Schmidt, well, the only symptoms that were documented were mania and fever. What I would like to do is look up a couple of names, and then the case itself that the neighbors tried to launch against Mr. Corbett, well, those should be in City Hall public records right now. Oh, and I left out a small piece of information. Mr. Corbett wanted to be buried in his basement. The neighbors, of course, supposed that, but there's no documentation of how that shook out.
So he may be there, buried there to this day.
Could be. With or without their permission.
Well, I would like to get a feel of the grounds and the outside of the house to see if anything is reaching outward.
Easy enough to do. So, you can walk down the street a bit and end up in front of the 42 Sheaf Street house. These houses are very narrow. They go deep, and you can tell that this is a 2-story brick building, with maybe a little bit of storage in the roof. It's kind of hard to tell. There's a narrow alleyway to the left of the front door, and in the front, the front is at the street. It seems almost withdrawn into the shadows that are cast by the flanking buildings. And there are these blank curtained windows that kind of just hide any sort of understanding of what's within.
Okay.
Go ahead and give me a power roll. And this one I'm going to set to a hard difficulty.
Okay.
Looks like you hit it exactly, or underneath hard, which is what you needed. So, getting close to it too, you can see that those shadows kind of almost seem to grow, and you could explain that easily because it is becoming closer to evening, and you could see that the sun itself is setting over time. But you know, and you can kind of feel that there's almost this oppressive kind of feeling as you get closer to the house. You notice some small details as well, like carved above the porch kind of roof is a small eye that almost seems to stare right down at you. And you just kind of feel this oppressive energy, and you get the feeling that there's a darkness to this place.
I can sense that the light has left this place. The energy within is very dark, watching us even at this moment as we approach. just waiting for us to enter.
Good enough
And
reason for me to not enter.
as you all stand there, it does get darker and darker and darker as it gets further on into evening.
Well, unfortunately, you agreed to investigate this already, so
Oh, I investigated. And I still have some investigating to do. I would like to go to the public records office, look at this case, and then I also want to go to the Hall of Records.
I agree. I'm also curious to hear more about this creator of the building who fell under such a mysterious illness. And it's interesting to me.
Well, if there's something carved on the outside of the house, there could be clues also inside as to what is actually causing this.
Seems like we have a split. Half the party want to go inside and half do not. I will put just a general one-shot limit on this, and I will say that if we do decide to go in, I would like everybody to enter. But
Okay.
that's the only limit I'll put on this. Otherwise, it's up to you to decide. Do you take some additional time to study and research and maybe another day or two and then enter? You could also enter while it's still daytime if you would like. Or do you wish to enter now?
Okay with going to the records.
yeah. Do I think that I can do like some sort of sigils of protection on the outside?
Yeah, let's see. Go ahead.
Occult, maybe?
Occult is more knowledge of occult type activities.
Yeah.
This would be. Yeah, go ahead and give me an occult roll, and we'll make this. We'll keep this regular. We'll see how many successes you
Alright.
get.
Let's see. Ooh.
All right, one level of success. So just as a overview too, because I think I didn't explain this too. The way Call of Cthulhu works is it's a D100 system. You have a skill that's somewhere between the 1 to 100 scale. If you hit that number or get underneath it, you've succeeded. Depending on how far you got underneath it, will mean a greater success. So if you hit half of your score or under, that's a hard success. If you hit 1/5 of your skill or under, that's an extreme success. And then there is criticals at either end of the scale. A 1 is a crit success, and for the most part, 100 is a crit fail. Now, if your skill is under 50%, the crit failure range increases a little bit, but we'll get there when we get there. So for the success, I would say, yeah, you do you have any sort of bags or anything on you, or is most of your items kind of carried in your pockets?
I think they're like kind of carried on the inside of the like coat jacket that he wears.
Perfect. Okay.
But
Well,
like
then,
very neatly. Like he'll open it and there will be different materials just kind of like stitched in their own little pockets.
right. So for this, you know that maybe a simple salt charm would be kind of a good start. You don't know the severity of this situation.
Okay. Yeah. I'll say, all right, we will go to the record. Just give me one moment. As he starts to draw another eye onto like the ground, but this eye looks very different. Like it has it has a different looking, like it's half shut with its with like a line through the middle. And he'll leave it there and goes, all right, we may. I've placed a little bit of a protection upon this place, so it may not reach out to others. Let's go and find a little more about the man who may have built this place.
All right. And the four of you begin to walk away. And as you do, one thing that you don't notice as our view kind of shifts down from watching your backs, we look at that eye that is drawn, and we see a little bit of smoke rise up from that eye.
Ooh.
Cut to we're gonna go ahead and just cut to early next morning. Because it was pretty late in the evening, most places would have started closing by then. What is your first order of business? Do you want to go to the Hall of Records? As I said before, there's still the Globe, the Boston Globe. If you feel like you have the connections, you could even go to the police department. What is the plan, and do we wish to split up and work on things separately?
I definitely want to go to public. Is public records and the Hall of Records the same thing?
Pretty much. I mean, some of the records are going to be public and some are not, but yeah. Hall of Records is where you'd want to go.
Okay, so yeah, definitely want to go to the Hall of Records. Also, Mortimer is going to be looking into our benefactor is not the word, but you know what I mean. Going to be looking into Mr. Knott at the Hall of Records as well. Because yeah, that guy's greasy. Mortimer likely can't throw him, but he still doesn't trust him as far as he could throw him.
All right, and who is going with Mortimer?
I'm a grown ass man. I don't need no goddamn escort.
I can go. It's me. Hi.
You got some census data to drop off.
I do.
That's true.
It's very important.
All right, so Emmerich, Mortimer, anyone else, or do the other two want to try to go investigate something else?
I'm kind of thinking. Oh, go on after you.
Oh, go ahead. No, you go ahead.
Well, I'm kind of thinking I want to go to the Roxwell Sanitarium and maybe look into that, because I think the police station is a bad call for my character explicitly.
Probably for both of us.
Yeah, probably. Probably for both of us.
Yeah, you should probably take those signs off your necks that say "We are criminals."
Yeah, that might help. Yeah. We just stop carrying around all of our stuff in a bag with a big dollar sign on it.
No, do y'all want to trade?
They're wearing the bandit masks right now. All right, so Roxbury Sanitarium, and what about Seraphim? You going?
No, I think that's perfect. I think we'll both go. I think we both can figure something out headed down there.
All right, perfect. Well, we're going to play this the same way. We are going to go to the Hall of Records. The two of you come up to these Hall of Records, and this is once again going to be the most important skill in Call of Cthulhu investigations: library use.
Oh, gee. Well, I guess that's me, huh?
Yeah. Unless Emmerich has a separate score and would like to search something separately. It seems like you are going to be focusing on Walter Corbett, correct? Mortimer?
Ooh, yeah. Mainly want to focus on Walter Corbett, yeah.
Okay. And then how about Emmerich? Are you going to assist with that, or are you going to look into someone else?
Did I get another name? Who was the other name? Hans?
So we were curious about Hans, but we're also curious about the guy who hired us, Mr. Knott.
Okay, so what do you think Mortimer would prioritize?
Hans is likely dead, and at least we have some symptoms for him. Knott is going to take priority because we don't know him from Adam.
Okay, then yeah, I think Emmerich will look up Knott.
Okay,
What
so
a
you are
weird
going to look
guy.
up Knott. All right, so
Yeah.
each of you, I will need separate library use checks.
Oh god, do it. Oh yeah, I do. Yay!
Oh,
I was hoping you would, because you're a bit of a scientist myself.
Exactly. I'm like, I better have. I better have. Is it regular?
Yeah, it's regular.
Please, 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 please. Are you
Oh.
fucking kidding me?
Oh, no.
all right, so
You can burn. Wait. Can't Raichkyu burn 4 luck?
That's what I was about to say. There's two options here
Uh-huh.
that we can take. Reich is familiar with one of these two options, which is a pushed roll. If you feel like you could, if you wish to, you can choose to push a roll, which is we change up the situation a bit. The time's still kind of passed, but you can try to re-roll it if you explain how you change up the circumstance. But the consequences could be more negative. Another optional rule I'm using for Call of Cthulhu here is to burn luck. So on a 1-for-1 basis, you can reduce your luck score to reduce your success or your result down by the same amount. So you could spend 4 luck to go right to 70, which would be a success.
Yeah, I mean,
And to give you some more information, your luck currently is 45.
right.
So you would reduce it to 41 to get that 70. Or if you wanted to, you could even go all the way down to a hard success, which would be additional, what's that, like 35, so 4, so 39 of your luck.
But if I
If
push it, then I could do an even better success naturally.
You could.
perhaps.
Yep. Or a worse failure.
Okay, well, I mean, it's just. I think I want to push it.
You want to try to push it. Okay. So
Yeah.
in order to be able to push a roll, we have to explain what you're doing differently in this situation to do this. So the most obvious one I can think of, and you're willing to chime in here, is that if you're going to be spending more time doing this, a lot more time, and
Yeah.
you're going to get a little obsessive like you did.
Yeah.
If you end up failing it again, you're going to be spending all day here. If you end up succeeding, you've spent half the day here.
Okay. Okay. That sounds good.
Okay.
All right, let's go again. Let's go.
Reroll
Come
it.
on. Come on, baby. Please. Yeah.
Success. So you basically take an early morning and you are in the afternoon now. Not everybody else is, and we'll get to that point. So we'll get to your results in a little bit.
Okay.
Mortimer, you are looking into Walter Corbett. One thing you find out right away is that that lawsuit that was mentioned in that a news article, it doesn't seem to there's no real recorded result of that at this point. So it's kind of hard to say exactly what happened, but what you do find is this document right here.
Okay. Let's see.
And you can go ahead and read through that as we jump over to a few miles outside of Boston, the Roxbury Sanitarium. So you know that the two Macario parents are residents here. What would you like to do?
And
Also, how
that's
did you
what-
get here? Does Seraphim have a vehicle, or did you?
Yeah, Seraphim will have a car.
Nice touring car, big wheels, canvas top.
Touring car. Yeah.
Okay. You pull up in front of this building. It is a large, multiple-story building. A lot of beautiful green lands around it. It seems kind of secluded.
And that's why there's a bunch of genie lamps out west, just waiting for anyone to find them. Oh, we're here.
And you say that we'll talk more about this later. We should have a discussion about this with the group. So I think
it's just out west. It's just so far. No one wants to go.
So how are we getting in here? We're just going to talk our way in, do you think?
We could do that. Are you akin to breaking into places? I am not.
I could do that, but the level of security in asylums like this, they can be pretty tight sometimes.
Do you think it would be easier to get out than it is to get in?
Well, once you've gotten in, you're gonna have to get out.
That's true. All right, so let's go. We'll talk our way in. Maybe we should
All
be
right.
census takers.
Oh, that's a good one. That worked out really well, actually.
All right. So you approach the building, and what sort of skill do you wish to use to enter? Are you trying to charm your way in, persuade, fast talk?
I could try charm.
All right. Try to be charming. Maybe put a
Yeah.
couple little sweet white lies in there. All right. Go ahead and roll a charm.
All right. Let's see. Ooh.
Okay.
I'd like
Let
to
us
push the roll.
like to push the roll. So you come in and you start kind of talking and stuff, and immediately the orderly's like, I'm sorry, there's no visiting hours today. So how do you want to change up this situation? What's your new approach?
I start waving around a lot of cash. A
Okay.
whole $40, and
All
I will say that I'm actually here to think about improving this place.
All right. In that case, I will allow two. I'm gonna give you two options. So one
Okay.
is a credit rating roll, which would be a regular success, or an appearance roll, which would be at a hard.
Credit rating.
All right, let's do a credit rating. Oh, yes. Oof.
Yeah.
All right, and because
Yeah.
you pushed the roll, the penalty is going to be a little more steep.
What if I use luck right now?
You want to use luck? So, to use luck to succeed on this roll, because it's a regular difficulty, you'll have to spend 37 of your luck.
All right. You know what? Fuck it. I'll spend in 37.
I think there's a rule where you can't do both, but we're just going to skip over it. You go ahead.
All right. I'll spend my luck.
All right.
I love the big
So
swing.
you spend 37 of your luck. What are we sitting at now?
Let's see. I think it is. God. It is 2023.
Oof. All right.
You were so lucky. That's crazy. I had like 40 luck.
No. Yeah, I had a lot of luck. All right. Now I don't. I'm less lucky.
All right. So to explain this, even though you kind of start talking and you're starting to swing around the money and talking about investing, this orderly in particular is like not buying it. And you can see them starting to go for a phone and say, well, I should maybe talk to the authorities. And then all of a sudden they're cut off as a doctor walks up and says, oh, hold on. You said you're a potential investor?
Yes, that is right. I've been looking at your sanitarium, and I thought about how it could be better equipment to cure these people of what ails them.
Well, that sounds fantastic. How about you come with me into my office? And then the orders, well, what are we gonna do with him? And they motion to Billy, and they're like, whatever, just let them do what they please. And they walk off with Seraphim. And for now, Seraphim, you're a little bit held up, but you can probably get loose in a second. But Billy, you have the run of it.
Excellent. I think I am gonna try to use that opportunity to sneak off and find a records room and see if I can find out what happened to the builder of the house, Schmith.
Myth. Okay, so I'll let you know right now, considering
Mhm.
this is a sanitarium that Schmith has not stayed here at all. So
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. That was at Arkham. You're right. That's my apologies.
Yeah.
I got
Yeah.
those two conflated. Okay, yeah. Sorry. I will instead go to check on the Mercarios and see, try to find where they're at in the
right.
asylum.
So the way this asylum is set up, there is a wing for men and women. And so which one do you want to visit first?
Let's visit the women's wing because I think
Okay.
it will probably be easier to get information from the wife based on the description given.
Okay, so you take a little bit of time and you maybe ask another orderly or nurse, and they lead you to a common area. And you can see in the corner there is a woman sitting by herself, Gabriella Macario. And as you walk up, she looks up to you and she says, "Hello. How can I help you?"
Good afternoon. Are you Mrs. Macario?
Yes, I am.
I'm my name is Bobby, and I am looking into some mysterious happenings going on in Boston.
It's a great fake name. Perfect fake name.
Thank you.
Oh, okay. What can I help you with?
What can you tell me about the last property that you lived at before you came to live here?
Oh, well, it's not a very good time, as you can probably find out. She kind of like shakes her head a little bit, and then she like looks at you like right in your eyes, and she says, "There's an evil in that place, sir. Something evil that lives in there at night. All the time, really. I couldn't stay there anymore. Not after what it did to my husband."
I heard a little bit about that too. He sounded like he was changed by this evil that you're talking about.
Well, yes, it felt angry, honestly. It hated my husband, Vittorio. Concentrated its anger on him. He wasn't the same.
Was it always like that? Like from the moment you moved in? Or did something change?
I think it was always there. It was just subtle, insidious at first, and took its time. I'd rather not talk about this anymore. If that's okay with you.
Of course, I understand that this must be incredibly difficult for you, Mrs. Macario. I'm hoping that by asking these questions to you and you giving me these difficult answers, I'll be able to prevent other people from being hurt the way you were. But with that, I will say good day to you. I hope you have a good rest. And he'll nod respectfully and make his way out to try to find Seraph.
Yeah, she nods and doesn't meet your gaze again, just lets you go. Yeah, and be about this point that Seraph is able to catch back up with you.
I fill
And
him
the
in
two
on
of
what she
you-
said. Yeah.
Yeah, perfect.
Okay.
So, what do
Well-
the two of you wish to do now?
Is there? I mean, is the husband's in the other wing, right? Or is he not? Oh, no, that guy's dead, isn't he?
I believe the husband is alive still. I think he is in the other wing.
Oh.
We could pay him a visit.
We could pay him a visit.
I'd like to
Yes,
see.
let's go.
I'd like to see what kind of energies you might get off of him, Seraphim. You might be able to, maybe even cleanse him. Bobby says playfully.
Maybe that is a great idea. As Seraphim is fully serious, takes out a tinier Bible. All right, let's go.
How many Bibles does this guy got? So, your plan is to go meet with the husband?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. You have to do some talking, and eventually you have to deal with some orderlies as you are led to a seclusion area. You are led into a room that is then locked behind you, a single cell, and in the corner you see Vittorio Macario. He is clasping a Bible to his chest. He looks very ragged, and he is like looking down at the floor and kind of just mumbling to himself.
Hmm. I could try charm. Actually, am I feeling anything while we're at where we are?
Good question. Yeah, go ahead and give me a power check. See what the
Okay.
dice say.
Let's see. Because that would definitely also determine how strong the thing is if we could feel it from where we are. Is it regular difficulty?
Yes, go ahead and give me. Yeah. Oh, 5. So you got an extreme success. You seem to see that the shadow behind him that is kind of being cast by a nearby, like, tiny kind of window high up that is barred, kind of just seems to grow subtly behind him. You rub your eyes and it goes back to normal. Feel a darkness with this man.
He has definitely been affected greatly by the presence. I think you should speak to him, but stay cautious. Not sure what the Force may make him do.
Bobby looks very serious and he's not looking very joyous anymore. As he speaks softly, Mr. Macario, are you there?
He seems to still be staring down, kind of just mumbling to himself.
Can I overhear what he's mumbling?
Go ahead and give me a listen. You see where the listen skill is?
81.
It's too quiet to hear.
Can I
It's
push
barely-
the roll if I get closer?
If you would like to get closer, you can push that roll.
Why not? Why not?
Yeah, it's very quiet. You begin to lean in.
Even worse.
Oh no! God damn.
Oh my god.
We see Billy leaning in to try to hear him. And then for a moment, like, you're just trying to catch these syllables, and then he stops. He just completely stops. And like, you were turning your head, and you turn your head back to look at him. He's staring you right in the eyes. And he says, "By his own weapon is the devil worsted." And then he goes to grab you. Go ahead and make a dodge check. You slip away as he does. He's just screaming. "Ah! Ah!" And then the orderlies bust open the room. It's like a blur. They grab him and they hold him down. Somebody comes in and they sedate him as you guys are pushed out. And then you're just like, "You need to leave. You need to get out of here." And you are just shoved out of the building. You are just standing there now. And it begins to rain. We cut to the Hall of Record. So there were actually 2 documents that our Mortimer and Emmerich found. So you found... why don't you go ahead and just give me a quick summary of those, if you guys have that.
Oh, on the left? Wait.
On the left and the right are the 2 documents that... I guess these would be the ones that Mortimer found. And so maybe you're catching Emmerich up, as Emmerich is just like going through kind of crazy through all these papers.
Okay, yeah. Then Mortimer is sitting next to him, kind of giving him the lowdown on it. Lawsuit still hasn't been recorded, still not available for public record, but Corbett left his items, a special book, and the property to the Chapel of Contemplation, and one Michael Thomas. Also, James Abbott is a signature as a witness. That seems familiar. Am I making that up? Has that name come up before?
Does anybody have an answer to that?
I don't remember, but I'm looking.
So I don't think it's come up before, but
Okay.
I might just be misremembering.
I work with people all day, and this seems like a common name. So,
Yeah, it's pretty.
So I'm just like, did I help you today, or?
I don't believe James Abbott has come up yet, rather.
Okay, gotcha. And then Chapel of Contemplation, is that a church that we all know about, or is this a new place?
You both have not heard of that. No.
Ooh. Even with all his census taking, nobody said that they attend the Chapel of Contemplation?
Yeah, did that
no.
happen?
Not on that street, no. Nobody mentioned that. Some of them mentioned some other churches, but nothing about a chapel of contemplation.
Okay. What type of role would or is this something I know absolutely nothing about, not even through memory?
Yeah, you know nothing about it from memory.
Okay. Since it is taking them a while and they're spending a little bit more time here, would I have time to do another search for the Chapel of Contemplation to look for public records on that?
What I will do is I'm going to roll that into Emmerich's search, because Emmerich, you look into Mr. Knott, and I'm going to say it's about afternoon now.
Okay.
And you aren't able to really find much. He seems like he doesn't really have a criminal record. You could tell that he's a landlord, that he owns some properties, and he lives in the greater Boston area. Just some basic info, nothing that really comes to it. But you're able to work with Mortimer, and you do find that there was a chapel of contemplation And it does. It's the location where it was still exists here in Boston, but it is kind of a bit of a ruin at this point. You can go to it if you wish, but it is not an active church anymore. And there's actually mentions of a some sort of police case, but you don't have the information here.
It would be so much more time to look up another name, huh?
Yeah. So it is the afternoon now, so I would say this is kind of like a crux too, where you're kind of all meeting up now with this information, at least at the same time. Basically, when they come back to Boston, it's going to be the afternoon, and when you guys have finished this up, it's the afternoon. So maybe you all get together and decide where you want to do next.
Can I ask one more question really quick about the
Go ahead.
chapel?
Yes,
Is it owned by Mr. Knott since he's a landlord?
You don't see that under his ownership. No, you don't. You don't see any names listed.
Okay.
Under
Okay, so
ownership.
we don't know who owned this property.
Yes, exactly.
Gotcha. Okay, gotcha.
All right. So I'm going to cut to, and I'm going to say you guys maybe all meet up at a cafe and can discuss amongst yourselves what your next bit of the plan is. And then after you guys decide what you'll do next, we'll go ahead and take a quick break.
Did I run into, with the census, did I run into anybody with the last name Corbett, Abbott, or Thomas? Or Hans?
No.
Okay. I was wondering if I can get anything out of that census run.
No.
Okay.
Remember, the census run was a failed roll as well.
It was, which is why I'm trying to squeeze something out of it.
That's right. Just squeeze success from this failure.
By being smart, you know.
It's a good attempt.
Thank you.
All right, so you've all come back to Boston. You're all kind of sitting in this cafe, and what do you all talk about?
Mortimer is stretching. He's like very stiff. He got a pecan pie and a black coffee from the diner and a burger. And he's just like, I'm not supposed to have this, but he's eating it anyway.
Hell yeah.
But he gives them all of that information, and he thinks that they unfortunately are just going to have to go to the house to see what's going on.
I mean, we do get 25 a day for each day, right? So we could take our time.
It's true. And I am extremely curious about this church.
Same.
And the special book.
Yeah, I want to know where that book is.
Oh yeah,
Be wary.
Seraphim. Go ahead and continue, and then I'm going to ask you for a roll in a second.
Okay. Be wary. Any book inside of a holy ground may hold great power. Enough power to either open your mind or close it completely.
All right, Seraphim, go ahead and give me a luck check.
Oh. All right.
Oh.
No.
Yeah, you've never heard of the Church of Contemplation either.
Okay. Well, let's head out, and I think you should be prepared. Whatever, if you're trying to steal their holy text, they will most likely fight to keep it. I know my followers would. All right, let's go.
Well, it is no longer existing, so who would be there to fight for it?
Just because it don't exist on paper anymore doesn't mean some of them aren't still kicking around.
Like
Ain't that the
hiding in
truth?
bushes.
Well,
Is
or
that what you're
ruins,
implying?
or under the ruins, or just generally around it.
Mortimer has a great point. Just because it doesn't have a paper trail doesn't mean that there ain't a danger that could be lurking in the shadows.
I don't know about the rest of y'all, but I'm too old to get into a physical fight.
I don't think we need to worry about that unless it happens. So we're going to the ruins?
Seems like a logical next step.
Yes, let's go to the room.
Billy, as Mortimer mentions being a bit too old to get into a fight, a flash of a crazed man jumping at you in desperation flashes through your mind. Can I get you to make a sanity check?
Sanity check!
All right, success. No sanity lost. You shrug it off. You've been in a lot of confrontations with a lot of people in various desperations. This one, like water off a duck's back.
Normally
And
they
it
aren't.
is with... Oh, go ahead. Finish.
Normally they aren't saying such things, but Bobby pushes that to the side, knowing that they've got a job to do.
Perfect. And it is with that and our order finishing up their lunch, paying, and heading out to this mysterious location that we will take our break. What is left of the old church stands at the end of a crooked, dingy street. The ruins are so weathered and overgrown with greenery that the gray stone rubble seems more like natural stone than former walls and foundation. You pass a slumping wall bearing a white painted symbol, apparently freshly swabbed. It is 3 Ys arranged in a triangle so that the top elements of each Y touch the other 2 Ys. In the center, so created, is a painted, staring eye. As you approach and you look upon this eye, all of you begin to feel tingling in your forehead. It's almost like a headache, or at least the start of one, but not quite. What would you like to do? You stand before this ruined church.
This is the same eye as the one that was on the house.
It's definitely similar. It didn't
Ah.
have these Y shapes around it.
Is there anything dangerous visible, if that makes sense? Or any, like... Does it look like someone has been here, even though it's decrepit?
Well, definitely from the symbol, it looks like somebody's been here because that is freshly painted. Looking at the rest of the building, it's kind of this like ashy, gray kind of stone rubble. You haven't gone inside yet to kind of look around, but yeah, I mean, definitely somebody's been here to paint that symbol.
Is there any way to tell if it's been painted over? Like somebody, if somebody like maintains this sign, or if it was just created out of the blue, or...
Go ahead and give me either a spot hidden or a search.
My spot hidden is pretty good.
All right, give me a spot hidden.
All right. Please. Yeah.
Yay!
All right, a hard success. You go ahead and you kind of like take a better look at this, and you take your your thumbnail and you kind of scratch at the paint, and it chips away, and underneath it is older white paint.
Okay. So this is someone repainted this recently.
Seems like it.
Yeah, he says that out loud.
As I said before, we should stay prepared. I take out my gun.
Oh shit! Sun's out, guns out.
I'm sure you all also have guns. Did you not look through the gun catalog?
Yeah, I looked at the Sears gun catalog. I don't. I don't know how I feel about you having a gun. I feel like you have an itchy trigger finger.
I've had this gun this entire time, and you didn't know I had it until now.
Yeah,
We
was
haven't
born with
really
a gun.
haven't really needed it.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. Well, let me just make sure I don't twist my damn ankle. And he mutters as he starts trying to pick a safe pathway through all the wreckage.
All right, you enter in. The two double doors, or what were grand double doors, have fallen to ruin. One just kind of is open part way. The ceiling above is spotted with just empty sky here and there. Above you can see timbers that are long, old, half burnt. There's ancient rubbish. As you walk through this main entrance, there are pews that are turned over and half broken and half burnt. Old blocks of granite that have fallen. What do you guys want to do? You stand basically in this grand hall here. Or not hall, I guess. Yeah. What remains of this ruin of the where the congregation would take place? Ahead of you is a slightly raised dais. A podium is knocked over and half broken.
Can I look for a entrance of some sort, like a hidden entrance, perhaps? Just any kind of anything that sticks out to be
All right.
leading somewhere else.
Go ahead and give me a spot hidden.
Can I assist
Oh, yeah,
with
what
that
were
as
you-
well? I also have a very good spot hidden.
Sure, yeah. If Emmerich kind of gives an indication, then they're looking around. Yeah, go ahead and take it with a boon, a bonus die.
Me?
Yep.
Okay. All right. One bonus die.
All right, easy peasy. Yeah, you take a look around and you can see that there's kind of a corner where there seems to be a staircase down, but kind of shoved inside of it are like loose timbers and some granite blocks that have fallen, some bricks. It seems fairly impassable at the moment, but maybe you guys can all do some work on it.
Yeah.
As you do so, though, you take a step and the timbers, the floor underneath you, begins to groan. Can I get everybody to make a luck check?
Shucks. Shucks, Buster.
Please, please, please.
Oh, I see.
Oh, very good for me.
Oh,
Not so good for Billy.
Y'all are doing back.
Wow, I actually made one.
Oh, shit.
Crap.
So,
Oh, no. my boy.
It's the
Billy,
only
you
one.
take a step as you're kind of like you kind of point and you kind of like say like maybe like over there at Emmerich. Emmerich turns, looks at that area, and then you hear splintering of wood underneath you. Can I get you to make a jump check
I'm
as
sure
the
you can
floor
jump,
beneath
right?
you gives away?
Oh, no.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Oh,
And
is there any way any of us can help?
yes, that is a possibility. If somebody was nearby, which would probably be, I would say, since helping Emmerich, I would say, would probably be the best bet at that point. And then this would be justification for a pushed roll. So you, Emmerich, maybe trying to leap to help out. I would also say maybe, I'll go ahead and say all of you are pretty close by. So one of you can try to jump out and try to grab for Billy at the last moment, justifying a push roll from Billy. But if this one fails, you're going down too.
Oh.
My jump is 20.
Well, it wouldn't be your jump check.
Oh,
It would be Billy's pushed roll.
I
so
would
for the help.
I think Billy sees his friends like the moment he's like the crunch happens and he sees his friends immediately like their instinct, his fellow order members, their instinct is to like attempt to step in and help. And like I think you guys see him shake his head as the timber continues to creak and break underneath him as his weight gives way.
Now, Timbo, let me ask you a very fair question.
Uh-huh.
I'm a father. Do you think I give a damn what some young, fresh face? You don't tell me no. You don't tell me no. I tell you no. Go to hell. But are you the player not wanting to risk it for the biscuit?
Well, I'm saying that I'm fine with you guys not doing that, but you can play your character however you want.
Okay, yeah, you don't. Sorry, bud, you don't. Well,
Yeah.
this is your push, is what I'm saying. So
Yeah, this is your push roll, I guess.
yeah.
Okay, then I'll push the
You
roll.
could also, if you find a way to justify it some other way, we can go with that.
I'm a father.
If Timbo, if you can find another justification
I'm a
for
fop.
jumping,
Honestly, I like the idea. I like the scene that we've created. Too much to come up with another way to justify it. So I'll just take the push roll. Who's
right,
gonna
do the push.
But who's falling into the pit with me if I fail this before I roll this?
25% chance.
I'm okay with it being Mortimer because I think it's just his dad instincts kick in. He forgets his age for a second.
That's really good. All right, let's see it.
All right.
I'm so.
Oh my god.
Oh
my God.
baby.
Mortimer leaps
think it was
through
gonna
the air, slides on the ground, grabs you by the wrist,
Oh,
and you are dangling from the edge as Mortimer is completely flat on the surface, just holding onto you by one arm. Beneath you is a series of broken timbers and darkness, and you are just dangling.
Come on. Get up.
oh.
Help me out. Help me out here. Help me help you. Come on.
Careful, you might twist an ankle. He says as he's pulling himself up.
I did way worse on my back. Don't talk about it. If I don't talk about it, then it didn't happen.
All right. And I'll just go ahead and say, yeah, with some effort, maybe some help from the other two, you are able to pull Billy out of this hole. And as you all kind of rest on that edge of that hole again, you can hear the floor underneath you kind of creak a little bit and groan as well. You get the idea that the floor here might not be too stable. But go ahead real quick. Billy, give me a spot hidden. All right, very good. When you were hanging, you kind of took in the room below you really quickly, but you didn't really process it until now you're kind of above and you're kind of resting. Underneath you, you saw a cabinet and two skeletons that seem to have been dressed in tattered silk robes.
Ooh.
As we're kind of slowly crawling to the edge of the creaking floor, I'm gonna say there were a couple of bodies down there. seemed like they were wearing robes of some sort. It looked like they've been there for a while. They were down to the bone. There's also a strange cabinet as well. There must be some steps or something around here, some way to get down.
Yeah, I saw steps, and he points to the covered steps, and he's like, we can remove the rubble if we work together.
Careful, the floor is really weak.
Oh, yes. I've noticed.
All right. So, do you all take some time to clear out that rubble?
Yeah.
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 All right. You all take some time,
Teamwork.
clear out the rubble, try to locate maybe some softer spots in the floor and avoid them. And after some time, you have a path down. So, what do you all do?
Does anybody have a light source, like a torch or?
I mean, I think that Emmerich would probably have a lighter, but I didn't write it down.
Bobby has a lighter for his cigars.
Yeah, it's fair for you both to have lighters.
Okay.
Everyone takes out a lighter because they smoke cigarettes.
Whoever has the best luck score, go ahead and roll it.
I got 45.
Mine's a flat 40.
Same with Mish, so go for it. Emmerich.
Okay.
An unlucky group.
Ah, we're great.
No,
right.
wait. Yeah!
Yeah.
As you guys are talking about light sources, you look over and on a sitting there on a on one of the frames of a window is a candelabra.
Oh, beautiful.
Oh, hell
Yeah.
yeah. He'll very carefully go get it and light it.
Yeah, it's one of those handheld ones with like 3 different candles coming off of them.
Hell yeah.
Okay.
Not really handheld, but like a desk one that you could hold around. But yeah, you take it, you light it. Now you've got a dim but functional light source.
Perfect. And he's going to carefully lead the charge downstairs.
All right, you all head down. The steps are a little uneven, but seem to be mostly stone based, so there's not much worry about falling through at this point. In fact, much of this basement seems to be stone on earth, so it is well put together. And you enter into this basement. There are 2 skeletons, a cabinet. What do you guys want to do?
I think we should go look at the cabinet.
All right.
Yeah.
Agreed.
You guys go to the cabinet, you open it up, and you find a series of moldering church records. They're just like a bunch of records, really. You can flip
Illegible.
through them. For the most part, they're illegible. You do find some series of ownership, and it does seem to be that Reverend Michael Thomas. There's mentions of Walter Corbett being a member of this church. Just some basic kind of stuff.
Okay, and old church records, they also, or rather, I guess let me ask, do these church records have deceased records and kind of like causation of death?
If they did, it seems like those have been either removed or have decayed to such a point that they aren't really legible.
Okay. Do we find anything about Hans? Or
No.
Mr. Knot?
No mention.
Or
Okay.
Vittorio Macario.
No mention that you
Oh.
can find.
Okay. Do any of the books look out of place, or are these all just records?
I mean, there's definitely some spaces where stuff looks like it's missing. There's some that have fallen apart. It's kind of scattershot.
Okay.
I'm sorry, this was probably already asked, but are there records relating to Corbett?
Yes, there's mentions of Corbett being a member of the church.
What about where his belongings were placed? Or is that just
No
kind
mention of that.
Okay. What about the Reverend themselves, Reverend Michael Thomas?
Yeah, there's mentions of him being the owner of the building and the leader of the church.
Can I look around the room more just to see if anything else?
Sure. Go ahead and give me a spot hidden.
Yeah, spot hidden.
11, an extreme success. You begin to step away, and the skeletons begin to kind of catch your eye. You look at them, and you notice that one of them, their arm, that's kind of like decayed to such a point that it's like separated. It seems like it was kind of reaching almost underneath the cabinet before these two bodies deceased.
Okay, and then I'll look underneath the cabinet.
You see two different books. One is a smaller leather tome, and the other is kind of a large, like full-size book.
I pull them both out.
Okay. You have these two books.
I show them to my friends.
Yeah, you both just saw Emmerich kind of walk to the center room, look around, and then just go to there and just reach in, grab these two books. Just hold them out in front of you, presenterly.
Can I glean any energy from these books?
That's a good point. Yeah, I'll let you just kind of have it. You can sense something is off with the shadows that kind of cling to that larger tome.
Okay. This larger tome seems to hold power, maybe in power over the shadows.
Are you sure it doesn't have anything to do with the fact that it's near skeletons?
No, I don't know if it is because they are near the skeletons. It could be the reason those people are skeletons. He'll take the book and start to open it slowly. He'll back away from everyone first, though.
All right, you open this up. What are the languages that you know?
Good English.
Yeah, take a look. So your language own is English. Doesn't seem like you know any additional languages. What you open up is a book that seems to be written primarily in Latin. On the title page, you see the words Liber Ivonis.
Pretty good at Latin.
It was pretty good, Emmerich.
Emmerich, it seems to be written in Latin. Don't you? You're very good at that, right?
Yeah, I know a bit of Latin. Let me see.
What is
Good.
your Latin score?
70.
70. All right, well, you don't even need a roll then. Flipping through this really quick, you see that this is a book that deals with matters of occult nature. With some time, you could probably read through it, maybe in about 3 hours or so.
Okay.
If you
Well,
wish.
I'll hand someone the small book and I'll start reading this big one.
Okay. All right, who takes that smaller leather bound?
I can take it.
Okay. So Mortimer, you take this and you open it up, and as you do, these pages are very old. They seem to almost fall to pieces as you turn it, but the name Walter Corbett catches your eye. There's an entry in here. It seems to be handwritten like a journal. An entry records that Walter Corbett was buried in the basement of his house, in accordance with his wishes and the wishes of the one that waits in the dark.
Ooh.
Alongside the journal is the enormous volume, which I've already stated, and I'm just rereading that now, so ignore that. But otherwise, the journal kind of just falls apart.
Okay. Mortimer shares this. Does this ring any bell? The one that waits in the dark.
To you, go ahead and roll Cthulhu Mythos.
Ooh. Oh, no need. 0. Yippee.
All right. Well, if you say that out loud, maybe somebody else could.
Anybody? Anybody got Cthulhu Mythos?
I also have a 0.
Same.
That on skill? Oh,
Yeah, it's a skill.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I also have 0.
Damn.
How about a history?
This is a Cthulhu Mythos roll.
Shucks. Okay.
How about swimming? Just kidding.
Swimming. Is that it?
Oh, you know what? No, it's
Actually.
Actually.
Cthulhu is from the water. You got it.
Yeah.
and also as a meta thing too. Cthulhu Mythos is just kind of, it's not the mythos about Cthulhu. It's the mythos pertaining to all the things that are secret and unknown to the world.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
In Delta Green, this would be known as the unnatural skill.
Oh, which I finally got some of.
So, you stand here in the basement of this ruined chapel of contemplation. One of you is flipping through and reading a Latin book, hopefully silently and not out loud. And the others...
Sorry, can you imagine out loud?
what do you wish to do?
The longer we stay here, I know initially we started to get a little bit of a headache. Is that getting worse?
That, now that you kind of mention it too, you do feel like it's a bit worse now that you're down here.
Okay. Mortimer is gonna be like, let's start to get out of here. I feel like we found all that we can find.
Did anyone search the bodies?
Nope,
I mean,
no
they're-
one searched the bodies.
I thought they were just
I-
bones.
Their bones
they're
wearing
wearing
kind of
robes.
padded robes.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
But looking
I'll
at them
go
in
search
general,
the body.
yeah, I'll go ahead and say no roll needed. You do search them. They didn't seem to be carrying much of interest.
Okay.
Seems like maybe they were carrying those books and they tried to hide them, or maybe whatever they were carrying has already been taken from them. It's hard to tell, but at this point, even those tattered robes are like falling off of the bones.
Hmm.
I guess let's go.
All right, you all leave the Chapel of Contemplation. So I'll say that we will go ahead and skip past those 3 hours. Does anybody want to do any last things while these 3 hours of reading take place? And then I'll basically put you guys at like 4 p.m. that day. Anything you want to do? Any shopping you want to do? Any like quick little things? Get some gear? Because I think you guys are probably headed to the house next. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do want to point out something interesting I noticed. I don't know how
What?
relevant it is, but so in his obit, it says he lived for 40 years in the house, right? And he bought the house in 1835, but the will is dated 1865. It's dated like 10 years early. I mean, and of course you would get your will done up early and stuff. Same with the execution of the will, right? 1866. But like that means that this plan was in progress for almost 10 years. Am I do you think I'm in the ballpark with that?
Quite an interesting bit of information.
Oh, okay.
Interesting.
How old was he when he died?
I don't know. I don't think we knew his age.
No, the clip. Wait, no, the. Oh yeah, we don't have his. Nothing mentions his actual age.
Yeah, you have his date of death. You don't really have his birth date.
What was the date of death?
November 20th.
No.
Year.
Yeah, 1866.
So he died a year after the will was signed.
Yeah.
Well, no, he died in He died in 75 because the obit said he died 40 years after he bought the house in 1835.
But I thought he just said that
Right.
it was. But there's a 10-year difference then from the two different
Some
sources,
of that could
right?
be due to some. I'm gonna go ahead and say that that's not important to the investigation.
Okay.
Okay,
Are we,
all right,
are
thank
we
you.
looking too hard? Okay. Okay.
Yeah, that one might not be important.
I was like, numbers don't match up.
Wait a second.
Okay, cool. Okay, yeah. Okay, great. And then I say we get out of this place. Let's go back to our headquarters.
Yeah.
Or do we want to just
All
go
right, you
straight to
head-
the house?
You can go in the house.
Okay. Do you want to head there before Emmerich is finished reading this book?
I'm gonna
Oh
let-
no,
I think we can go after.
not before. Yeah,
I'll
not
let
before.
Emmerich. Yeah, I think let's let Emmerich finish reading.
I can
Okay.
walk and read while we go to the base if you want.
Somebody
You're
just
gonna get
steer
motion.
him. Somebody steer
you're
him.
gonna get motion sick.
No, I'm fine.
Puts a hand on his shoulder as we're walking down the street, making him
Mhm.
avoid lampposts and stuff.
All right. So we'll say 3 hours have passed. And okay, so reading through this, Emmerich, go ahead and give yourself 2% of the Cthulhu Mythos skill.
Ooh.
Yo, I'm special.
Here, I'll go ahead and adjust that right now
Okay.
because I need to remember how to actually do this. Okay, I'll unlock it, edit, not base. Okay. Okay, you are updated. In addition, for every point of Cthulhu Mythos skill you gain, your maximum sanity will lower by that much.
Oh, of course. Okay.
So the highest
Wow.
your sanity can be now is 97.
Okay.
Is that
You feel
also
like
one to
you've peered.
one? Oh, sorry. Go on.
I was going to say you feel like you've peered into a world that you were not supposed to. Now you have knowledge of things that not many do. Yeah, what was your question, Timbo?
Is that also like one to one in the Delta Green with a natural? I think you said.
Yes. Yep. It's the
Oh,
same.
interesting.
Shit. Sorry, it's exciting. Okay.
Yippee!
All right.
Oh no.
So
Our sanities
you've
are
read
hidden
it,
in Delta Green, so
you put
that's
it
why it's
down,
fun.
and then we head to the Corbett house. Is that correct?
Yeah. Do I get?
Yeah.
I mean, I guess I get a lot of information from it, but like, what do I? Is there anything that I don't
The
know?
way we'll treat it is you now have the ability to roll Cthulhu Mythos. So if a question comes up that could be answered, or sometimes you're like, oh, would Cthulhu Mythos help with this? You can ask that.
And if I get a
So-
1 or a 2.
If you would like to try to figure out anything about the one who waits in the dark, you can roll that right now.
Okay.
All right, go for it.
Wait, did you get a 2? So is it just a 2?
I have to get a
Yeah,
1 or
it's
a
a
2.
Oh, dang.
I got an 84.
Yeah, it seems like this book did not mention.
Fuck.
All right.
Okay.
We head to the Corbett house in early evening.
Oh man, we should have went during the day.
All right, so let me go ahead.
Quick question for Seraphim and Billy. Did you tell the others that they said the wife said bad things happened in the dark? Or the evil is at night?
Yeah, I think Bill.
I don't. I don't think we did.
I think Billy would have shared. He would have given like when we got back together in the morning before leaving for the church. He would have given everybody a report of what happened.
Oh.
So
Well, then,
so
good
then
night. Good night, youngsters. See you in the morning.
so then are we gonna be going in the morning or are we going at night to see what the deal is?
Well, I think we'd get more activity at night and maybe even have a chance of solving it faster at night. If they're most active, then they may make mistakes and allow us to get to the root of this even faster.
See,
Yeah.
you got that young immortality fake
I'm
forehead.
30 years old.
Yeah, you got that young
two children.
immortality. Yeah, you got that young immortality forehead. You think ain't nothing gonna happen to you. Cause you got a little bit of the knowledge. This
That's
house
not what
sank
I'm saying at all.
this house sank multiple people. That's all I'm saying.
So I'm trying to pull everybody. So you should either be loading or loaded into a very dark scene with a single kind of star representing your group.
Yeah.
You are basically standing on the porch of the Corbett house, and the door is to your right. And basically, we're going to not use this as like a one-to-one token battle map, but I will take you to different rooms of the house so you guys can kind of see what it looks like as I describe it.
Okay.
But yeah, you stand out in front of it. It is still late afternoon, early evening, so there's still sunlight. The sun isn't high in the sky, but it's still up. And yeah, once again, you stand on the porch of this door. What do you want to do?
Enter the door.
Enter the door. You go and you reach out to the door handle, and the door is locked.
Wait, who has the key?
It's one of you.
Mortimer. I
Mortimer.
believe Mortimer has it.
He does.
Emmer's gonna wait. Gotta go stand to the side and wait for Mortimer to open the door.
He just gives the biggest sigh. He does not like actually messing with forces that are out of his control, which is
What
a lot of things. He unlocks the door because they're gonna try to break in anyway. These crazy kids.
All right. Mortimer unlocks the door, and you open it up. There is a long hallway before you.
Y'all got 2 hours before sundown. I'm dragging everybody out.
The house smells musty. You see a long hallway that leads to, it seems to be a corner. There are various little doors alongside the different walls. What would you
Right.
like to do?
Emmerich says, I think we should start from the right and just follow the right wall.
All right. Lead the way, Emmer.
Okay. And he does open the first door on the right.
All right, you open the double doors. And what appears before you is a living room. This room contains conventional furnishings that you would expect. There's a radio on a table, there's a piano in the corner, there's a couple couches, stuffed chairs, shelves laden with like little bric-a-bracs and maybe some old books. One thing you can't help but notice is the unusual quantities of crosses. And you do see images of those two who met them, of the family who once resided here, in addition to very Catholic imagery of the Virgin Mary.
Very religious.
And there is an opening to another room.
Can I start by just looking around the room to see if there's anything that sticks out, anything like that matches that eye, or anything, like anything that just pops out, like as something that unusual or matching something else we've seen today.
Yeah. Go ahead and yeah, go ahead and make a search check.
Okay.
And what's
That's-
everybody else doing while Emmerich does this?
Spot hidden.
Now, search.
Oh.
I think Seraphim is feeling the energy in the house, seeing where it's reading as the strongest.
Okay. In that case, while you're doing that, go ahead and give me a listen.
Ooh,
I
okay.
can't find search.
Should be a search. Am I confusing
Yeah.
systems?
I'm looking for search.
It might just be
see.
spot hidden, and I'm confusing Delta Green in here. So go ahead and give me spot hidden.
Okay.
Can I try to help? Ooh.
Well,
Well, you could have.
Can I do my own roll?
What are you trying to look for?
Anything to give us an idea of what happened here. I still want to know where his little book is.
Okay, go ahead and give me a spot hidden with a Bane die, so a -1.
Nuts. All right.
Because Emmerich is trying to search one of these bookshelves and moves something just the wrong way, and crash, boo, bang, everything falls to the floor.
No!
And that's also why, Seraphim, you're sitting there trying to feel these energies, and you feel like you almost hear a sound somewhere deeper in the house,
Oh no.
but then it's covered up. But even with this Bane die, it looks like you still succeeded your search. So you were looking for specifically, what was that again?
Ideally, specifically his special little book or anything that gives us a clue as to what happened to the family.
Okay.
Like any
So
journal entries, diaries, etc.
Mm-hmm. So you're kind of looking around, and with that roll, you basically kind of feel like there's nothing really in this room at all. And maybe you separate from the group a little bit, and you end up kind of peeking into this doorway here. And you hear that loud crashing kind of happen behind you.
Yeah.
But you peek in here, and you see what appears to be a storage room. There's boxes, junks, an old bicycle, and then right in front of you, you see a cupboard that is boarded shut. Like it seems to be purposely nailed shut.
Does this, with how old and worn everything is, does this seem like this was recently nailed down?
Looking at it, it doesn't really look too recent, no.
Okay. Gonna look around for anything that might help Mortimer get that open.
Well, you are in a storage room.
Oh,
The
true.
best way to find something that might be in a room, but you're not sure of, is to roll me a luck.
Ooh, okay. Any hammers? Nope.
Yeah, it seems to be just closed boxes for the most part. No tools or anything to be found in this room.
Okay. He lets everybody else know about the nailed shut cabinet.
Yeah, there are some hardy younger men in the living room behind you.
Yeah.
I think Billy was taking a look around, trying to see, like, not at the furniture or the decorations like on the walls, but at the walls themselves, and at like the boards and the floorboards and the fireplace and stuff, trying to see whether or not like there's something going on with the inherent construction of the building, like whether or not something's been modified, or like there's like a secret panel or something like that. As we're just in general, as we're kind of looking around. But if Ember comes in and lets us know about the cupboard,
That'd be Mortimer.
oh, I'm sorry. If Mortimer comes and lets us know about the cupboard, Billy will absolutely roll up his sleeves and come on over.
Okay. All right, so what do you wish to do when you enter the storage room?
I'm gonna crack that bad boy open. Do you think it's fair to say that I'm probably have like a crowbar?
Let's say... Yeah, let's go ahead and give you a crowbar. That's fair. Let me go ahead and give you that right now. Be a crowbar somewhere in the equipment.
I don't have a gun, but I've got a crowbar.
Good enough. Doesn't seem to be exactly a crowbar, so I'm going to give you a equivalent. I think there is a crowbar in this system. I just don't have it statted out in front of me. So I'm going to give you a small club that's going to represent it. Oh, I think I gave that to the wrong person. Yep, I did. Hold down.
I'll take
Yeah, apparently.
it.
Yeah, I dragged the wrong person. Okay, well, it's in your inventory, but I'm putting it in correct. Yeah. So you've got that, and I'll say easy enough. You're able to crack open the bookshelf, or not bookshelf, cupboard. Inside, you find 3 bound books within, and they all have the print right in the center. W. Corbett. They seem to be 3 volumes of diaries.
Hmm.
Ooh, books.
Yeah, these are books that I don't know if I want to open. Me specifically. Where's that Seraph? And he starts to amble out of the room.
I think Billy is gonna grab the third and final diary, like in the series, and flip it open and start looking through
God damn it, Billy.
it.
All right, you start flipping through it. It's dense. It is very dense. You think that reading through this book alone is going to take the better part of a day or more.
Okay.
reading all 3 of them would probably take like 2 to 3 days. Yeah, it just seems to be kind of. It's not really like it's a bit rambling. It doesn't seem to be exactly the like it doesn't seem incoherent though.
Just
Go
long-winded.
ahead. Yeah, give me a quick library use. We'll see if you can skim anything.
I believe in you,
Can-
son.
Can I also have Emmerich encourage Billy to read the last entry?
Yeah,
That's the
you
third
can-
one, right? And the last one?
Yeah, it's the last one. So yeah, if that's the case. So skimming through this last little bit just before you get to the end, Billy, you see that there's a lot of mentions of occult practices and rituals, and it seems to be there's components of like specific spells and incantations that were gathered over time. The last entry reads something along the lines of that he has fully completed his work, and now there is only time and waiting.
And Billy will read that entry
A
aloud.
noise above you, in the floor above. You hear something slam.
Are we supposed
do
to
you
be
do?
alone in here?
Yes.
Hmm.
Is it kind of windy outside?
No. It did rain for a small amount of time in the morning, but it ceased and it's been pretty calm.
Maybe some differences in air pressure. Who knows?
Or it could be
Um,
a squatter.
You think?
Could be. Though I don't know if there would be any normal type of squatter with this house.
I guess define normal squatter.
Well, the last couple of people that stayed here either ended up in a sanatorium or dying of some mysterious illness. I don't expect anyone living under this roof voluntarily wouldn't meet the same fate.
Well, I mean, it could be coincidence.
Could be.
Emmerich is fairly certain it's coincidence.
Coincidence 2, 3, 4 times? Doesn't ring you as a bit odd? Couldn't be anything else like mold or whatever else?
Twice? I mean, mold is definitely. Mold can do a lot.
You downers really love to talk a lot. All right, let's go test that and see exactly what is up there instead of just theorizing.
Well, be careful. If it is a squatter and the last fella was violent, that's not saying to put your gun in his face. I'm just saying to keep an eye out.
You have the gun.
All right. So, do you guys go down the hallway? The plan.
Gonna go see what that sound was upstairs.
Yeah, is further down the hallway, is that where the staircase is?
You haven't seen the staircase yet.
Oh, shucks.
You pass by a doorway or a closed door above. And you guys can stop me anytime. Another door above.
Yeah, we're
A closed door above, like up on a balcony?
To the north.
Oh.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, there's a door to the north right there. Door to the north there. Door to the south.
If we
And
listen...
then at the end of the hall,
Oh, okay.
you see a staircase leading up. And a door, closed door, to the south.
If we're going upstairs, I want to come back down here. I don't really like skipping rooms.
Well,
there's someone upstairs. Maybe they found something of note. and we'll be gone by the time you check all the rooms.
Lead the way.
So you guys head up the stairs.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
All right, you begin to head up those stairs. I'm gonna delete the token and move it to another location. Hopefully that didn't reveal the entire map when I did that.
I didn't see anything.
Okay. All right. You are now on the second floor.
All right.
Well, the upper story. Come out to the hall, and there is a door beneath you. Or to the south, I should say. There are windows that dot this hallway, giving it light. And a hallway that leads to many other doors to the south. Where do you guys want to go?
So, quick question. Would it be fair to say in this abandoned house, everything is dusty, including the floors?
Yeah, it's pretty dusty.
And do we see any tracks or any trails in the dust?
You have not. No.
God damn it. Activated my neurons for that. Fuck.
It was a good question.
I would say let's check out the door just in case, because we don't know the layout of the upper.
This door?
Yeah.
All
I
right.
didn't look up the house at the library. They may have had a schematics. God damn it.
They could have.
2020.
Oh, you
Hindsight.
know.
You open the door to what appears to be a bathroom.
Gross.
There's a sink, bathtub, a toilet with an overhead tank. Towels and other possessions are still here, typical to a family of 4. You can see that there's a pool of brackish water that's been collected in the bathtub and a dripping of a faucet above it.
That would explain why no one's renting out the house, probably. Needs to get some stuff fixed around here if people don't want to rent it.
They got bad bathtubs.
We got bad bathtubs.
Yeah, bad water. Bad yucky water.
Mhm. Case closed. Let's go. Just kidding.
Does he say that?
No.
Okay.
No.
House
That's
sucks,
all
guy.
me.
All right.
That's
we
all
solved.
me.
Yeah, we solved the case. Yucky water.
Well, here's your $25.
Oh, thanks.
Gotta clean it up and make it move-in ready. It's not move-in ready.
Yeah.
But in for real, can I have Emmerich do the same kind of search he was doing in the living room before?
Yeah, and I'll
Yeah.
help.
Yep. Yeah, if you're getting assistance, go ahead and take a boon bonus die.
A boon. Yeah.
Give
Okay.
yourself a boon.
A boon. Okay. So spot hidden, right?
Mhm.
Yep.
Okay. Spot hidden.
What exactly are you looking for? Also,
Same stuff as I was looking for in the living room. So any kind of remnants of like anything that reminds us of anything we've seen earlier in the day, anything out of place or creepy looking, anything like that. So it's kind of vague, but it's like, I'm looking for anything that strikes familiar or unusual.
okay. Yeah, you take a look. For the most part, this bathroom is pretty usual. I mean, it's unclean and the maintenance of it is pretty poor. As you're looking around, the dripping of the faucet starts to get to you, so you go over to the bathtub. You try to shut it off. It seems like it's already pretty tight, but as you do push it, like you accidentally like start the flow of water and it starts pouring out. And then it starts getting darker and then brighter, and it becomes a bright red as blood begins to pour out of this faucet and shoot out of it at an alarming rate. Can I get everybody to make a sanity check?
I respectfully decline. Where's my little button?
Yeah, Mortimer loves blood faucet.
Yeah, that's a lot of rust.
All right. If you succeeded, you will lose no sanity. If you failed, go ahead and lose 1 sanity. So, Billy, seeing this and especially smelling it, you've seen a fair deal of blood, and you can smell the like iron coming off of this stream of blood, and you know that that's definitely blood pouring out of that faucet.
He has a hard time like holding back like vomit. He is gagging from that as he pulls out of the bathroom, like back into the hallway.
All right, and Emmerich, you kind of struggle a bit, but you're able to eventually get the faucet to turn off.
Huh.
Otherwise, it's a normal bathroom.
Something could have died in the pipe somewhere.
Put it on the list of things that Mr. Knott's gonna fix.
Yeah, I'm making a list. Don't throw up or else we're gonna have more things.
Mortimer is just patting his back, like breathing. But don't look at come by the window. Let me get you out the bathroom.
Oh.
Hand covering mouth, he just gives Emmerich a thumbs up.
Good job. Okay. Adding it to the list. Let's keep going. Trying to pretend like that isn't like kind of creepy, you know? It is really creepy, but it can be explained with science.
Where?
An animal died in there.
Go ahead.
Like a little deer.
Okay.
Deer got stuck in the
A
pipe.
little deer.
One of those micro deers. I've heard so much
Yeah.
about them in the news
Yeah.
recently. The epidemic
Yeah.
of micro deers in Boston.
Oh my god.
Yeah. They just crawl between the bricks.
Once they go in the pipes, of course.
Yeah, it's all over. We gotta flush the whole
Sure.
system.
You hear a creaking of wood floorboards to your south.
Ooh.
I want to go through that door then.
May not be alone.
Hello?
Are you guys going to that door?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, all
Alright.
together.
Gun at the ready.
Yeah, you have your gun out and you enter in to a bedroom. I'm just putting you centrally. That's not where you guys are. You guys are, generally around.
Okay.
There seems to be a bed frame, bare bed springs, and a dresser. No one used. This room looks, just looks like a regular bedroom. It doesn't seem like it has many personal effects. You get the feeling that it might have been more of a spare than anything.
Okay.
And everything remains in this unused, disheveled state.
I still want to search it.
Yeah, and there's sheets over a lot of the furniture.
Mhm,
Okay, you
mhm.
want to search it?
Yeah.
So you start looking around, and the first thing you notice is there's kind of this horrible smell that's in this room. It's like rotten smell in this room.
Oh.
Start to kind of search around, and can I get everyone to make a luck check?
Oh my god.
A G. Let's see.
All right, really good, really good.
Wow, me and Emmerich over here.
Really good, holy shit.
Why
Oh,
are you involved?
Oh my god.
That's great. So that
Oh,
no!
oh, so close actually. 3 points off.
Yeah, I know, you were so
Five.
close.
You were pretty close. So, Seraphim, this smell is kind of getting to you, and that tingling from the Chapel of Contemplation, it did go away, but it's been steadily coming back since you've been in the house, and mixed with the smell, you're starting to feel a little bit nauseous, and you're sensitive to these things. So you are over by the window. Maybe you're trying to crack it open, or maybe you're just kind of holding yourself up. Can I get you to make a spot hidden?
Sure.
Can I help?
No.
Oh.
Sorry.
Button's pretty good. But not when you roll like that.
Oh no.
Oh no.
All right. The rest of you notice it before Seraphim even gets the chance. There's a creaking and a sudden sliding of wood on wood as this bed frame here slides across the ground, turns over, flips, and slams into the back of Seraphim,
Oh.
tossing him through the window. Can I get a dodge check real quick? Try to mitigate this partially.
Sure.
My other boy.
Okay,
There you
good.
go.
I'm gonna mitigate that. It pushes you through the window. The glass cuts up your arms and your legs, but you are able to catch yourself on the windowsill. You do not fall to the bottom. Go ahead and roll a d6, and we're gonna have that. And if you need to roll any spare dice on the bottom right there, you can see all the dice symbols. So go ahead and do a d6. 5. So that'll be equivalent to 3 plus 2. You'll be taking 5 damage from this. And all of you saw that this bed, on a will of its own, slammed into more Seraphim,
He looks extremely hurt.
pushing him through that window. And Seraphim, you're able to pull yourself back in and kind of get into there. You don't even know what happened. The rest of you saw this happen. Everyone make a sanity check besides Seraphim.
Ooh. Did we see anything that could have been pushing it?
No.
Oh.
I see. Oh,
Bad,
fellas.
bad for me and Emmerich. I love
All
that
right,
Emmerich
those who
failed this roll.
Those who succeeded, you lose 1. Those who failed lose 2 sanity.
Okay.
And then, Seraphim, do you see how to lower your hit points?
I already did, but I had to reload my page.
Oh, okay. That's, yeah. It didn't update on my side, but that's all good.
Wait, how much was it? Wait,
2 if
I
you
already
failed.
fucked up.
2
if I
if you
failed.
failed. Yep.
And was it at 70 before?
You were at
Oh my
70,
God.
so you should be at 60.
Thank you.
Yeah, I gotcha.
Thank you.
It says in
So-
the roll.
Oh.
All right, you just witnessed this happen. The bed frame is broken on the floor. Seraphim pulls himself back through the window, laying on the floor, hands just, you could see in his forearms there's like glass embedded into his suit and like blood starting to stain the suit.
Ooh.
And you all just saw this happen. What do you do?
Can I try to use first aid on him to try stop the bleeding?
Yes, so you can perform first aid. See, you remember how this works? I think you get to attempt first aid. Once per wound, basically. So go ahead and roll it. Somebody who is skilled can also assist.
I have 30 if that counts enough as skilled to assist.
I have 40.
Okay, then not me.
Yeah, go ahead and do the 40. And then you'll get a bonus die as you rush over to try to help Seraphim.
Okay.
Try to remove some of the glass and maybe wrap up his arms.
Ooh, ooh, ooh.
Oh, and that's with the bonus. Yeah. I'm gonna say you grab like one of those sheets that are off there and you pull out the glass, you start wrapping it up, and as soon as it's wrapped up, you see the blood starting to stain the sheets as well.
Can I help it out with my pharmacy?
Pharmacy, no, not unless you had a bunch
Oh.
of drugs laying around. The only other one you could do is medicine, which takes a long time.
Okay, I mean, I do have 31 medicine.
So yeah, you do wrap up the wounds, and maybe it'll staunch the bleeding over time.
Okay, Mortimer.
What's going? Oh, go ahead.
He's just like, no, there's not too much I can do for you here. I think we should come back at another time, but right now we're not prepared for whatever is going on in this house.
What's going on in Seraphim's head? What is Seraphim saying?
Yep. I think Seraphim would go. That was only the first encounter. Don't let something so small worry you so immediate.
Son,
As he tightens it.
You got pushed out of the window.
Yes, that's one thing. You all are fine. We can continue.
Is there any type of check to see if someone is possessed?
I would allow a psychology.
Ah,
Psychoanalysis, one of the two.
How about history? Shit. Okay. This is a slim chance. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, as well as you know Seraphim, he seems to be acting like normal.
Okay.
You hear a creaking of wood coming from this dresser.
I think we should get out of this room.
Yeah.
He says, making his way to the door.
Absolutely. Yeah. Ushering everybody out.
I think Emmerich is trying to, in his mind, come up with some reasoning how a bed could move like that. He's really struggling, and it's freaking him out a little.
Termite.
He's gonna agree to, he's gonna agree to leave the room.
The door, as the last person leaves, the door slams shut, locks.
Oh, a little rude.
And you hear like crashing of like wood up against that door.
Oh, like it's being barricaded?
Yep.
Yeah, we heard creaking from the bed frame before it went on. Yeah.
That's fine. We'll figure it out later. Let's keep going then.
If we want to try and get to the bottom of this thing, we need to go to the basement. Otherwise, every room we check, we have a potential to run into more instances like that. We have the journals. With my higher library use, would it take me a shorter amount of time to go through these journals?
I would allow a check for that, but it would still take, better part of a day or two at best.
What if I was looking for something specifically within the books? Would that still be a library use? Because I'm not reading the whole thing. I'm just like looking for any specific keywords.
Yeah, you could probably do something like that. I would still require a little bit of time. It would be kind of like a
Okay.
research type thing. So, a few hours maybe. And a good roll.
Yeah, he doesn't want to spend a few hours in this house. He's trying to figure out ways to expedite this process.
Right. Well, does anybody else have any suggestions?
I agree with Mortimer that I think the best course of action at this point, I'm not sure how likely we are to find an entrance to the basement up here on the second floor. Maybe we should return to the first and finish making sure that there isn't an entry down there first.
You can get on board with that.
All right, that sounds like a plan.
All right. Head downstairs.
Oh boy.
I think Billy goes to ask, like, Emmerich, so how can you explain the the bed? But I think there's a moment where, like, Bobby genuinely sees that he is, like, a little freaked out by it, and so he stifles his words, and he doesn't say anything.
Thanks, bud.
Isn't Bobby also a skeptic?
He is a skeptic, but only because he likes to be argumentative more than anything. Like he likes to disagree. He'll be on the opposite side of whatever discussion simply because he likes to talk about it. Right?
He likes the action of the debating. He doesn't really. Okay.
He doesn't have much stake in it one way or the other, really. Yeah.
Okay.
Emrich's just full skeptic.
Should we crack open this door down here? Oh.
Yeah, we're just
That's
gonna
fine,
peep.
but-
Oh, okay. Yep.
Yep.
I didn't know
That
would
is
happen.
a staircase, but you try that door and it is locked.
Oh. We have keys for that.
Oh, do we have the key for it? Does it
Try
work?
the key and it works, and you do notice that from this upstairs side there are like additional bolts, like 3 of them,
Don't like that. Oh.
and you can undo them if you'd like.
So like something is being bolted into the basement.
I mean, that's your interpretation.
That's how Bobby interprets it, definitely.
It's on your side of the door.
Some intense security. He says as he undoes the latches.
All right, you undo the latches and open the door, and you see a staircase to darkness. The rest of this house, and you probably, since you've been searching, you try lights and stuff here and there. There is electrical lighting in this house, and they do light up. Various bulbs. This, however, you try the light near the staircase, and the light to the basement does not turn on. You just see a staircase that leads to darkness.
Do I still have the candelabra?
I don't believe you have the candelabra.
Okay, just checking. I can at least pull out my lighter, though.
You do have a lighter.
Yeah.
I told you we should have kept that candelabra.
Did you? I couldn't hear you. I was too busy
Well.
reading.
And I was looking for soft spots in the floor. Light her out. Going
Oop.
down the stairs.
Let's move
Yeah,
with caution. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
You begin to head down the stairs. The first thing you notice is that first stair just creaks and groans as you go down.
Oof.
I need everybody
Damn it!
who attempts to go down this. So first person, who's leading it, I guess, would be the best question.
I'll lead.
Yeah, I imagine it was
Okay.
Billy.
You need to make a dex or a climb roll.
So if I'm rolling the just flat number, it would be I would just click the word dex.
Yes, that should do it.
Sweet, I'll do that.
Okay. All right. You feel like some of these steps almost give a little bit. You quickly like skip to the next step, or like kind of feel one lift off, kind of get a feel for it. You feel like these are very precarious. But you make it down, and you are in the basement. Who's next?
Me.
All right.
All right.
Dex or climb.
Can I give them help by pointing out steps that are better than others and worse than others?
Absolutely. Go ahead and take a bonus die.
Okay.
All right. Easily, you step exactly where he stepped in precision, and you get to the bottom. Who's next?
I'll head on down.
All right. Dex or climb.
I'll help by
Yep, you
telling
get
him the
the-
same
you-
thing.
Either way, we'll just assume that you guys are helping, so go ahead and take the bonus.
Okay.
All right, easily.
Oh,
Same
shit.
thing. Easy.
All
right. Mortimer,
Okay.
you choose to fall down the stairs.
Well, we don't choose it. We don't choose it.
Nice.
Nice.
Yeah, that is nice.
That's actually a critical success.
Oh hell yeah! I found the secret number.
All right. So you start going down, and you feel a stair like bend way too far for a moment. You feel like if you are gonna go any farther, you could risk injury. So you got two choices. You can either stay upstairs at this point, like turn around and go back, or you could push this roll.
Ooh. I'll push the roll. That way we can all stay together.
All right, same check, same bonus.
Okay. Let's go, old man. Let's go.
There we go.
Ooh.
Got a little
Ah!
dicey. You took a misstep when you didn't mean to, but
What
you
was
corrected,
scary?
and you ended up in the basement.
Oh.
All right, here you are in a relatively open basement. Scattered around are tools, some pipes, crates, a trash can lid, lumber, nails, screws, so forth. It's kind of a scattering of stuff.
Is there like a hammer for upstairs?
Make a spot hidden check.
Okay. And if it like I also could use it as a weapon
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Find
if I find one.
Mhm.
I found something.
Okay, so you got a successful spot hidden. You find, and you're kind of like looking around, and you see glimmering kind of in between these two crates is like a piece of metal, and you see what appears to be a knife. It is strange in shape. It's got kind of like a cylindrical handle, and then before the blade, it almost like pinches inward and then curves out and then leads to a point, almost like a teardrop shape of sort. And it's got kind of a wicked edge to it, like it's been sharpened a lot.
Okay, I'm gonna take that.
Okay. You grab the knife and you back up, and then you feel a tugging as the knife tries to leave your hand.
No,
I
I
need
hold
you to
no.
A check. Give me 1 second. So this is going to be a fighting maneuver. So you need
Great.
to make a fighting brawl check if you wish to hold on to it. If you don't wish to hold on to it, you can just let it go.
I'm gonna try to hold on to it. Oh my god.
Okay.
This is so bad. Oh my god, this is so bad. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh no.
All right, don't worry. This is an opposed roll. Okay.
The ghost beefed it. We all saw.
It tries to wrest itself from your grip, but you hold on just a little bit. And now we are in
hell yeah.
combat.
Oh no.
So, combat in this works in Dex order. So that would be Billy first, Seraphim next, Mortimer, Emmerich, and then the knife. But because Seraphim has his gun drawn, he gets a plus 50. As long as he plans to use his gun with his turn. So, you have the initiative right now, Seraphim. If you choose to use your gun. If not, we put you back into regular Dex order. So you see...
I'm gonna shoot.
You're gonna shoot? What are you shooting?
I'm shooting my revolver.
Okay. At
the, I'm just shooting it at the knife.
Okay. So this is gonna be a called shot. Which means something. Hold on.
My hand you're shooting it at.
Shooting it at the knife,
In my
Put it
hand.
down.
I will say that is a possibility. If you miss this. So this is... I'm going to say you're going to be at point blank. Or do you wish to be close, or do you wish to be farther away?
Farther away.
Okay. And you are shooting into melee. And I won't give you the called shot one. So this is going to be a roll with 2 penalty die.
Alright, I'm gonna shoot you, I guess.
Actually, 1 penalty die. My bad.
Oh my god. You kill Emmerich right
This
now.
is the only way. This has to be
Scream.
done.
What would I be rolling with it?
So go ahead and click disadvantage. And then you can click the roll firearms button in the chat there.
Okay, good.
Oh, that's wrong. We did that wrong. Let's re-roll that one. So it's
God,
actually
hang on.
in melee. So now go ahead and click that button. It still did the same thing. Okay, well, your firearms is that much, didn't roll fumble. The shot goes wide, and misses. Bang! Loud sound, all of you ringing in your ears, because this is an enclosed space. Smoke coming out of the end of the revolver. But the shot goes wide and just goes into a wall.
Oh.
Next up, Billy.
Is there like a open like lid of like a box that's nearby?
Yes, there's an open lid. There's a trash can lid sitting there. Yeah.
I think he's going to grab like one of like the thick wood pallet lids and attempt to use that like as a mix between like almost like a shield and like a place to get the knife to be embedded in to like so it can't fly around.
Okay, so you're gonna try to like slam this into there?
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, this would be another fighting maneuver type thing. So basically, just to give a picture too, you see Emmerich standing there, hand like fully outstretched. The knife is like trying to pull away, so it almost looks like Emmerich's like trying to do stab motions. And yeah, you try to do this. So I'm going to call that a fighting brawl. from yours. Actually, this might be more of a pin with just using an object, so maybe I'll give you a bonus for using the object. Let's see, what are the pin rules? Yeah, combat's where this game gets a little complicated. Okay,
No
so yeah, that
worries.
would just be over. So, newer pair builds. Yeah, your build is way bigger than it, so it's going to be with a bonus. So yeah, go ahead and roll Fighting Brawl with a bonus.
+1.
Yeah. Okay, and then this knife will attempt a maneuver as well. I'm going to give it a penalty die because it is much smaller and it's being held. All right, yeah, you try to do this, but all of a sudden, like, it looks like Emmerich almost stabs to the left, like, really quickly, just narrowly avoiding that.
Emmerich, let go of the knife.
I think it's gonna try to hurt us if I do.
Okay, on to Mortimer.
Okay. There. I knew he was trigger happy, some bitch. Is there a blanket or something, or a straight tarp Mortimer can use to wrap around this knife to at least like cover the blade end, or a sturdy enough box he can put it in?
Sure. Yeah, I'll say, yeah, there is a tarp nearby.
Okay. Then yeah, so he's gonna go ahead and try to, with the tarp, wrapping it around the knife, which also subsequently, Emmerich's hand, Emmerich's hand while he's doing this, which I mean, listen, the wrist just has to go. We can't stop it. But for now, he just wants to make sure the blade gets wrapped up and they can figure out getting his hand out later.
Okay. Yeah, since this knife has technically done the action of trying to get out of the way already, that would mean you guys are now outnumbering it with this second attack, so you will get a bonus on this.
Nice.
So go ahead and give me a Fighting Brawl with a bonus.
Ooh, okay.
Oh, and your larger two bonus.
Oh, yay! A big boy. Chungus. Elizabeth. Oh, shit! I'm a father! Just wrap it up.
All right,
Dead.
well, it's only one way this is working. Let's see. Actually, hold on. I need to double check that I can do it, or if it just carries over the previous roll.
Mortimer's completely unparalleled dad energy and strength.
I'll tell you, if it carries over the roll from before, it will fail. So that's why I'm just trying to figure it out.
Next game we play.
Remember, so
Next
I'll
game we
just roll it
play,
again.
we should all play fathers. We should all be dads and have insane dad energy. That'd be really good.
Yeah!
You would love that.
All right.
Insane dad energy.
So this
I'll type
knife.
that into the old chat.
Hell yeah, father game. This knife got a hard success, but you got an extreme success. So you wrap up the hand and you wrap up this knife with the cloth, and now it's like all wrapped up. And that is your turn. Emmerich, what are you doing?
That's a great question. I thought I knew before this, but
You don't feel like your hand is trapped in the cloth, but you feel like the knife is pretty trapped in there, so in case that changes anything.
I don't really want to let it go. I really don't trust to let it go, because if I didn't think if I let it go, then...
So if it helps, Mortimer is still like, he just has it wrapped up, but he's like holding everything shut, so it can't. It's wrapped up tight.
Okay. So if he's holding it, I think then Emmerich would have a chance to let go of it.
Am I understanding that correct, Illithid? Like,
Yeah.
Even though it was really close, I still was able to...
Yeah, you succeeded.
Okay.
In what you tried to do. So, like, Emmerich's entire, like, hand and knife are wrapped up in this cloth. But, like, you could still pull your hand out of the cloth, and then you have a knife that's bound in cloth.
Okay, then Emmerich's gonna pull his hand out.
Okay, so you pull your hand out, and are you, like, so now it is Mortimer, you're holding on to this cloth bundle, and it feels like it's trying to tug itself away from you. But, Emmerich, it is still your initiative. Just letting go of the knife is not really an action.
What do I do? I think Emmerich's just gonna look at Mortimer and be like, what are we doing?
Well, I would like to find something nice and heavy to cache this floating knife in.
I mean, there's crate right there. Like I said, there's nails, there's, you know.
Does it look sturdy enough, though?
Yeah, some of these crates do look sturdy.
Okay. Then yeah, he'll recommend putting it in one of the crates and just like nailing it in.
You don't think it's gonna be like one of the bed or anything?
Well, I figure it would have to throw the whole crate at us instead of the knife, and I would prefer a blunt object over a sharp object, if that makes sense.
Yeah, okay. Emmerich's gonna grab a crate.
Alright, so how are you grabbing the crate? Do you mean you're like bringing it over, opening it up? What's the plan?
Like pulling it over and opening it up. Yeah.
So these crates are pretty big, so I would probably require a strength check if you're pulling it anywhere. Opening it, though, pretty easy.
We can just walk to it and
open it. Yeah, I'll open it then. Yeah, because he's not very strong.
So you open it, you have the lid, and you're ready to close. Basically, that's what I'll say.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So now it is the knife's turn. The knife is trying to wrestle itself away from Mortimer.
no.
So we are going to need a fighting brawl from you to kind of keep a hold on it while it does its own roll. You'll get a 2 bonus die.
Okay. I've got a knife and a chokehold.
And I'll give it a penalty die because of the size. Okay. You both got... No, actually, no. You succeeded.
Yay!
Yep, you're holding on to it. You feel it trying to tug away, but you're able to hold on to it. It is, once again, Seraphim's turn if you're planning to do any actions with your gun. If not, you'll go after Billy.
No, yeah, I'll go after Billy.
Okay, Billy.
I want to help Mortimer move the knife to the crate.
Okay. Well, then we will hold you on standby to provide assistance for that then. Or do you just want to grab it and move it yourself?
Is it going to be strength?
We'll say... Yeah, we could say strength.
Then I'll just do it. I'll grab it. Bobby will move up and grab the bundled knife and shove it on over to the crate.
All right, strength with 2 bonus die. This thing is not doing good. I'll just compare it to the previous
hell
success.
yeah.
You beat it with its previous success, so or with its previous roll. So yeah, you grab it, you start moving it, and you dunk it into that crate, and then that triggers Emmerich to close the lid. So it is in there. You hear it rattling around. What are you guys doing? Currently, Emmerich is holding that lid in place.
Billy sits on it. The lid.
All right, Billy, you are sitting on. I'm gonna call us out of combat for now, but threat's not completely dealt with. What are you guys doing?
You can try to nail it, right? The crate? Is that the plan?
That's a good one. Yeah.
Yeah, trying to nail it shut or looking for. Do we see any type of triggers before these objects start acting out, or is there anything in the room that may have caused it to do that?
Not that you can tell. There's just junk everywhere.
Okay.
Can I feel
This knife did
energy?
look pretty specific. Yeah, go ahead and make a power check.
Okay. Regular or?
Yeah, regular. Oof. Well, you didn't even need regular. I could have set it to extreme. You feel something very dark. The shadows almost start to engulf this on the edge of your guys's flickering lighter lights. You feel like the shadow almost starts like reaching in on your lights coming from this direction.
I will tell everyone. It's like, the shadows are approaching. Move closer away from that area. As I gesture towards where the shadows are coming from.
Okay.
And I'll take a step back.
All right, you do so. You feel the knife rattling underneath the underneath where you sit. Billy, do you guys try to hammer in these nails?
Yeah.
Definitely.
All right. With a little bit of time, not really a check needed, you hammer in the nails and you can hear that knife kind of rattling and then eventually just kind of stop. And the threat has been dealt with for the moment.
Oh.
Okay, what's your next move? You stand in the basement, surrounded by various small items, large items, junk, trash.
I want to find a hammer. I still want to find an
Well,
actual hammer.
you're. I'm gonna say you're holding one because you got those nails in.
Oh, duh. Ha ha ha. Okay, I have a hammer now. I hammer. Cool. Okay, so Seraphim said that the shadows were approaching from where?
The west.
So we're not supposed to go.
Yeah, he feels a darkness basically to the west. Dark energies.
Seraph, how do you recommend that we deal with this threat? It seems like what we were hired to deal with. Anyway, we might be able to dispel it, or I don't think it could be placated. It seems like just a malicious spirit or entity.
I mean, do I think there's a way for us to placate or exorcise this spirit?
I mean, for the most part, you know what you've learned in the investigation. Any additional information? Go ahead and make an occult check. And I'll make this extreme success required. Or hard. We'll say hard success.
Can I either help or also do a roll?
I would say no for this one.
Okay.
Well, there you go.
No way.
Wow!
Hey!
Look at that.
So you got 2 levels of success from a hard difficulty. So even though you know that that's where the darkness is, I mean, that's the source of it. That's the heart of it. You know that you have to go that way to deal with the problem.
Okay. I will. It seems like whatever is causing this is from that direction. We must go to it and get rid of it.
Emmerich holding his lighter out, hoping that does something. Because,
Well, you all don't see the shadows. It's more of a visual representation.
I think Emmerich still holds out his lighter.
He's freaked out enough that he's being okay. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's a great point. Everybody make a sanity check for seeing
I
that.
mean, it's a comfortable darkness, like
soothing,
like Honk Shoe.
Yeah, I finally succeeded in the sanity roll.
Oh, that was close.
Everybody succeeded.
Oh, hell yeah.
Let's go.
Still holding my lighter out.
Yeah, if you succeeded, you'll only lose 1 point of sanity.
Oh, yeah.
I think we still need one from Seraphim. I think there's a slight delay on that end.
Oh wait, which roll? I'm sorry.
Sanity. All right, perfect. Yeah, just 1 sanity loss.
Boys are back in town.
The boys just cracking.
Boys in the basement town.
Wait, whoa.
All right. You shrug off the floating knife experience, and what do you do next?
I'm gonna go kick that shadow's butt. Just kidding. I'm looking for something in the direction that Seraphim pointed out. Is there like a grave? Is there something sticking out in particular?
As you move closer, you feel the shadows clinging to these walls.
Yuck.
I think Billy's going to move up with Mortimer, wanting to keep him close by and within arm's reach as they're looking at this wall. Seeing the darkness coalescing, I think he's going to heft his crowbar and look at Mortimer with like an expression like, should I do it?
Is there anything Mortimer can use around here to help him? Like,
Emmerich has that hammer. There's a nice knife in the box over there.
Oh yeah, let me take all the
box.
nails. Oh yeah, let me take all the nails out. Mortimer is going to take the hammer, and he's just like, well, I dealt with the snake in the house, and he's gonna start beating the wall with...
Wait, do you want to look for a door first?
Well, the ooze is coming from this general direction.
But there could be a door that goes around, maybe?
Do we see a door?
I feel like Emmerich is saying this while we're going to town on the wall.
Yeah, absolutely.
Door here.
Like, you just take the hammer out of his hands and start, and he's like, wait, the door!
Yeah, I'm just like, yeah, you
My
sit this
hammer!
one out.
My hammer.
I'm a father.
I'm a father.
Yeah, I was like, I see this door over here on the map, so I think that maybe
You guys want to
it
go to
goes
that
around.
door?
I do.
Who needs it? Who needs a door?
Seems to be a small storage room with a storage bin, once intended for coal. There's a coal chute, but it seems to be nailed firmly shut.
Anything else?
No,
Anything
that's
else
about
in
it.
here? Okay, all
The
right.
shovel over here.
Ooh, I'll grab that because my hammer got stolen, so I need to
Alright.
grab the shovel.
You got a shovel.
Okay.
Was it stolen or was it relinquished to
It was not
an elderly man?
All right, then I'll grab the shovel and start helping them with the wall. Then.
Okay.
Do
All
we
right,
think
you
that-
all be. Go ahead.
Do we think that the coal chute was because the house was from the 1830s, and so that was just like how they would get their power for like baths and stuff? Trying to figure out why there's a coal chute in this place. Like why?
Yeah, could be used to warm the house. Heat rises.
Right.
There might have been an old furnace here that was once removed.
Okay, I'm satisfied with that.
All right, you begin banging on the wall, and the wall is much thinner than you expected. But as soon as you start making a decent size hole, like maybe head size or whatever, you start smelling this just foul odor coming through there. It smells like vermin. And in fact, as you start hitting it and stuff, you hear squeaking and chittering.
Did the gunshot not scare them off?
I mean, who knows?
It's on.
What do you guys do? Do you keep trying to get a nice hole in here?
Ugh.
Unless we use the hammer to unlock the screws on the coal chute.
I think you just gotta power through.
Yeah, I think we keep going.
Okay. You keep banging it and banging it open, and all of a sudden you see 10, 20 rats just start rushing out of that hole. What do you guys do?
I'm from the country. Are these country rats or these city rats?
These are city rats.
Okay.
They all got knives.
Oh God! Take my wallet.
Yeah. It's basically like a small tide of just rats just starting to rush out of this hole.
Okay. Yeah, disconcerting, but he's just like, God damn it. My middle son was very into bugs. This has reminded me of a beetle situation. I'm disassociating. But not really. I don't want to roll sanity.
All right, the rats basically just kind of rush past all of you and just some of them hurry into dark corners, some of them head up the stairs. They just kind of disperse.
Okay, cool. Let's keep going.
There is, past this wall, there's now a short distance and then a second wall. Still wooden.
Looks like we have to.
Yeah. Go through the wall.
Billy will step through crowbar up.
All right. And you begin dismantling this wall.
Yeah.
So basically in this crawl space, that's where the foul odor was coming from. Years of colonies of mice making this their home. But after time, a new smell hits your nose. It is stale, stagnant air as you enter into a large square room beyond this wall. There, lying motionless and seemingly dead on a pallet in the center of the room is a drawn, wooden-looking, wizened figure of some 6 feet, skinny, sunken-in flesh on a almost exposed rib cage. Saucer-like eyes staring to the ceiling, a nose like a knife blade, lips retracted, showing a hideous rictus grin. Some sort of chain rests around his neck. He's lost all hair, and his sunken gums make his teeth look very long. From him comes a sharp, sweet, churning scent, like rotten corn. The floor here is earthen, and there is a table in the southwest corner with some curled up papers on it. What do you do?
Papers.
Tired. No. He's grabbing Emmerich by the scruff.
Huh?
He puts the other hand over his nose, looking at all this. I'm gonna be frank. I think we could burn it.
You want to
I
burn
think
it?
that's the solution. Yeah.
You don't want to look at anything else?
I mean, son, look around. Think about what we experienced. Everything that happened in here was nothing good. Now, I love knowledge as much as the next person, but I also believe some knowledge is best lost. If only so it can't be abused like this again.
But what if something in here will help us get rid of this thing for good? You know, if it is unnatural.
Do we want to go back to the knife that you were fist fighting, or
No,
I think
not.
I think it's quite clear something unnatural is going on here. Me personally, I feel like fire is very cleansing. What do the two of you think? He's looking at Bobby and Seraphim.
Fire is cleansing, but hard to control. It might burn the rest of the building down.
Fair point.
There's also no guarantee that whatever malevolent force hasn't found a way to keep itself from the damages of men. I mean, look at this place falling apart. We have to do this right if we're gonna do it at all.
Okay, I concede. But let's move with extreme caution. If we're gonna look at those papers, then Emmerich, I'll come with you.
Okay.
All right. So where is everyone going to be? So it seems like Emmerich and Mortimer are heading to that southwest corner around the pallet in the
Yeah.
center. It basically raises this corpse up to kind of waist high, by the way. Where are the other two going to be? Are you staying out of the room? Are you going into the room?
Oh, I don't see the room revealed on the map.
Yeah, I don't have the room set up.
Oh, okay. No
Okay.
worries.
Okay.
I think that he is going to enter the room, but he is going to be looking around for, like, again, he's going to be just taking in the scene and trying to find incongruencies of the things that may be details that might have been missed, or things that might be intentionally, like, hidden.
Okay, so you're taking a look around for anything hidden. So you can give me a spot hidden, and then what about Seraphim?
I think Seraphim is getting a small ritual ready to cleanse this place
Okay.
from inside the room, because it seems like that's where the center of the power is coming from.
All right. In that case, we'll do a combined roll of power and occult. So go ahead and roll one of those two and tell me if you succeeded on both or you failed on both. Or it might be, yeah, just basically choose one of them and then tell me how you did on both of them.
Oh.
Can I push
Alright.
the roll?
Yes, you can. How would you like to push? I
I
can
am
think of one way.
summoning. Uh-huh.
One way would be putting some hands on that body.
Whoa.
Yeah. I think he's going to He's going to salt his gloves, and he's going to go put his hands on the body. He's going
Okay.
to cleanse it at the source.
All right, give me another roll. Okay, better.
Hell
And
yeah.
does that succeed on both power and occult?
Yes, it does.
Okay. All right, we'll get to that. So basically, you're starting to walk across, hands salted and ready. We've got. I almost imagine like that traditional Dungeons and Dragons image of like the fire. What's the early fire spell that I'm thinking of? You know, the image where you're supposed to like have your hands, fingers closed, two thumbs together, out in front of you. But yeah, you're basically kind of in this ritual pose, bringing your hands close. Billy, you start looking around, and this room seems very complete from what it seems. There doesn't seem to be many hidden bits and pieces. Emmerich and Mortimer, you head to that table, and you see piles of papers, journals, work, notes. You start shifting through them. And yeah, you can find that there's a lot of different quick little texts. You flip through them real quick, and you see some stuff in French, some stuff in Latin, some stuff in like all these different like languages, like written and studied. And one particular piece of parchment kind of reaches out to you, and it seems to be a parchment kind of laid somewhere in the center when you move some of these papers around with a symbol on it in the center. It's a strange symbol. It like looks like almost like an eye, but not like the eye you've seen before. Or like a twisting snake, or maybe even a dragon. Have you seen it? Before that, Seraphim places his hands upon the body, and then there's a sizzling noise as the head turns to look directly at Seraphim. We are in combat.
Oh.
So Seraphim, I'm going to say, if you would like to, because you succeed on that roll, you could be using one hand and still have your gun out if you'd like.
No, I think he's more focused on
Okay.
doing this ritual than he is shooting this corpse.
All right, and then everybody else has melee weapons out, so that means we do standard dex order. So Billy, you are first. You are searching around, and I think you are probably even the first to notice that head begin to turn.
I think Billy is going to immediately go just for the mummified creature and just immediately start to attempt to hit them with the crowbar.
Okay. So go ahead and roll your... So this would be fighting melee, I believe. Let me see. No, this is still kind of a brawl weapon. Yeah, you can click. I added basically a club to everybody's inventory, so you can go ahead and click that. And then you should have some options. Okay, so you won't be surprised. It's not outnumbered. So yeah, go ahead and click the fighting brawl. Okay, so you got a regular success. Let's see how he's able to do this. I'm actually going to let this one be a free hit just because of the ritual. We're going to go ahead and resolve it that way, so go ahead and roll damage. Basically, with this ritual that that Seraphim's holding, you're holding Corbett in place. And then I have to...
I think Billy's face is just like twisted in a look of like horror, almost like he is screaming, but no sound is coming out as he is just like going through the motions.
All right, so you got 5 damage as you hit this beast, and like you notice too, like your nightstick like hits into its flesh and like just like scrapes off like a huge chunk of its flesh, exposing part of its skull. And you reel back. Everyone spins around and notices the horror of this body is now animating. Everybody make a sanity check.
That's
That's what you get for pulling that shit on me.
Oh
That's
my
what you get.
lord.
That's what you get. Oh my
Okay.
god.
Oh.
If you
Jeez.
succeeded, you're losing 1. You're losing 1 sanity. If you failed, you lose 1d8 sanity. But if you fumbled, you will lose the maximum amount of sanity that the die would give you, which is all 8. Emmerich, I need you to make an intelligence check as you lose 8 sanity.
Oh,
Come
no.
on, Smarts. Come on.
No, you want to fail this. You want to fail this. You want to fail this.
I do?
You
That's
fail
good.
it.
That's good.
That's good?
You do not, in this panic, in this strange, crazy situation that's going on, in this just absolutely unreal situation, your mind, your brilliant mind, does not comprehend the horrors before you. You do not realize the significance of this, and you do not gain a bout of madness because of that. You are still in control of your character. All right, that's Billy's turn. Seraphim, you have one hand on this aberration of the natural, and it is beginning to sit up now that it has taken its hits. You believe now that your charm has worked, but it is now past the point where that charm could help. What do you do?
Do I feel like the ritual is working?
No, you feel at this point the ritual has passed, and now it is time to act or change things up or decide something new.
Okay. Then I guess I'm gonna shoot him.
Okay. You, do you back up or do you remain point blank?
I'll just remain point blank.
Okay, perfect. All right, go ahead and click that gun. And then we're going to be checking 2 different boxes on it when you do pull it up. So on that, go ahead and check point blank range, and then check. Oh, this is before you roll it. Well, we'll save that surprise just in case, or that success. But you might do a better success because you did have 2 bonus die on it. So go ahead and click it again. Let's double check. If you end up with a better. Just bring it back up. We'll save this one just in case, but yeah, click again. And then do you see all these little buttons, or is that only for me?
I think that's only you.
Okay, then never mind. So I will fix that. Blank and another advantage. Oh, it wouldn't get that other advantage. Okay, go ahead and click it again. We'll just see if you get a better roll. Okay, so it still ended up being the same success, but that's fine. So go ahead and roll damage as you drop your hands and you pull up the gun and you point right at its head and just bam. But you as you do it, the bullet like hits the skull and like ricochets off, like skinning half of this creature. Half of its face is missing its skin and just exposed sinew and muscle underneath it, and you see the muscle underneath start to work as it says, "Get out of my house." All right. It is Mortimer. Mortimer, what are you doing? Oh no, Mish.
Oh no! Oh.
Oh, there you
Huh?
are.
Oh.
It's your turn.
Oh, more. Okay. I don't like this. I don't like this man. I still think we should have killed it with fire. Ay, 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 ay. I'm a scholar. What are the odds that I could intimidate him into leaving the home? No, this is combat. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not good at fighting, but I will. Listen, I'll take this hammer. I'll hit him with this hammer.
Yeah.
Okay, should I use the club?
Yeah, I basically gave you guys that to represent your melee weapons.
Gotcha. Okay. And that's gonna be...
So if you click the club, it'll do a pop-up, and then I can check something because you guys are outmaneuvering it, overwhelming it. So
Okay.
hold on. Outnumbered check. So yeah, go ahead and roll it. And he is going to attempt, when you do that, to fight back.
Oh, get the hell out.
Well, you got a really good success, so we'll see.
Okay.
So he needs to get an extreme.
He needs to get these hands.
Yeah, he failed. Oh wait. Yeah, he failed. So he goes to like reach up and like grab the club as you bring, or the hammer as you bring it down. So go ahead and click the roll damage.
Okay.
Boom, 6 damage. You feel now like you swing around and crack right on the upper arm, and you feel the arm just break instantly. It seems like he does not react at all, though.
Okay.
And he tries to almost go for you with his other hand. Emmerich.
Oh.
Yeah.
It's your go.
We're jumping in.
I'm hit him with a shovel.
Oh yeah, I forgot. That was... Hold on. That was a critical, but I think you did get the max damage. Yeah, okay. You're gonna hit him with the shovel? Alright, same thing.
Okay. Is it, do I use the club small?
Yep, click the club. I'll go ahead and impose the outnumbered
Okay.
bonus die to it, and then you can roll it again.
Okay.
Alright, and outnumbers checked. Go ahead and hit your fighting brawl.
Okay. You said bonus die, I didn't do a bonus die.
I gave you the bonus die. Okay, you got
Thank
a regular success. He is going to
Okay.
try to fight back.
Okay.
Okay. He also got a regular success, but the problem is on ties,
Yeah.
on fighting back,
Yeah.
they go to the initiator of the attack. So if he had dodged, he would have succeeded, but since he fought back, he fails.
Okay.
So roll that damage. He basically tries to reach up with his still good arm and like tries to grab at your chest.
I think Emmerich's like trembling, like he's shaking, but he's somehow still doing this. Great.
And you basically smack his like hand out of the way.
Yeah.
All right. That means we are at
Oh.
Walter Corbett's turn.
Walter.
He sits up and he reaches out for one of you. All right. We're going to do this fair. And we're going to do it random. Because you all basically attacked it. He swings around and tries to lunge for Billy. Billy, he goes to attack you. So, are you going to dodge, fight back?
I think.
Or just let it happen?
I think Billy fights back. Or sorry.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I think Billy dodges.
Dodges? Okay, roll a dodge. Alright, you failed the dodge check, and there is no pushing rolls. But there is luck. Do you have enough luck?
I do not.
Okay. So he reaches out with a hand that the fingers have sunken in such a way that his nails are like claws, and reaches out and scratches at you. And he does... Oh wait, that's too much. Alright, this is probably gonna mess up the roll, but whatever. Oh no, that worked. He reaches out and does 3 damage as he rakes across your chest with his claws. Alright, that is his turn. We are now at Billy. You just got slashed at. You can feel like the dirty claws that had just raked into your skin. What do you do now?
I think I'm going to return the favor and I'm going to retaliate with the crowbar.
Okay. Do it. Roll it. You won't get the outmaneuver because this is the start of a new round. So it'll just be a regular roll. And he's going to try to fight back. And you both failed, so it's kind of like a struggle. There was almost like you went up, he grabbed your hand, he tried to claw, you grabbed his hand, you kind of wrestled for a moment. Seraphim, you're there, you've got your gun. Or actually, it would have been your turn first, my bad.
It's okay. I'm gonna shoot at him again.
Okay. So I will give the advantage for point blank, and it'll be a disadvantage for firing into melee, so it's just going to be a straight roll. So just go ahead and click it.
Alright.
Yeah, you're trying to shoot into it, and basically because of the way this works, I'm going to rule this, because this ended up being a fumble, as the gun gets knocked from your hand and slides across the floor.
Alright.
Alright, Mortimer. You see that Billy and this creature are engaged in like a melee now.
Shit. Is there a scale for how messed up this guy is?
The problem is this is kind of an unnatural creature. It's a corpse. He looks like a terrible corpse. His arm is broken and kind of flopping, and he's still kind of using it to grab on. Half of his face is missing its skin, and you can see exposed skull. He's covered in like these bruises, and he's been preserved in this area, but he still looks like a corpse.
Is he still wearing the necklace that he had been wearing?
Yeah, he's got a chain around his neck. It doesn't really have an amulet or anything.
Oh, just a chain. Okay.
Did we have a... I know this is kind of backtracking. Did we have a moment whenever we were by the papers to see what they said, or if it gave any hint to his work? Like, what his potential weaknesses? Ah, shit. Okay.
Yeah, you didn't have enough time to read any of that.
Does anything look like a weak point?
Can I get Billy and Seraphim to make idea checks, which are intelligence checks?
Oh shit. Come on, my boys. My big
Shucks.
big
Yeah.
brain boys.
Billy is distracted with the combat. Alright, how about Seraphim?
Come on, Seraphim.
I mean, I got no investigation.
Oh, it's
Oh,
intelligence.
yeah.
Intelligence equally is.
Always possible. Let's see it.
I always send you.
There it
Okay,
is.
hold on, I got a 2.
You remember in the sanitarium just before your compatriot was grabbed that the man who was trying to grab him quoted a bit of scripture and specifically had said, "By his own weapon is the devil worsted."
So we gotta go get the knife.
We have to. Wait, no. Wait.
So as Mortimer
Amazing.
shouts out, "Is there anything we learned about a weakness?" That flashes in your head, Seraphim.
I go, the devil is only the devil is only vanquished by his own weapon. You need the knife. Get the knife from the box.
Put that goddamn knife away. Are you?
You have to stab him with the knife.
Mortimer's gonna go back and get the
Billy's wrestling with a corpse, and you're like, "Ugh, I guess."
Yeah, I guess I gotta
You have the hammer, so
That is true, yeah.
you
Mortimer's
rush back to
gonna-
that crate and you
Yeah,
start.
try to smash it open.
Oh, you're trying to smash it open? All right, let's get.
Oh, wait. I figured it would take too long to take the nails out.
It would take a while. So that's probably a good idea. So yeah, go ahead and I guess just make a melee attack with that club.
Okay.
So you still hit it, but it's starting to break. It's not going to break this turn yet.
Okay.
All right, Emmerich, what are you doing?
Can I run to help and smack it with the shovel?
Yes, you can.
Okay.
And I'll give it the outnumbered bonus. So go ahead and click that, and I'll give it outnumbered. Why not?
Yeah, we're
Okay.
kicking the box's ass.
All right, go ahead and roll it. All right, roll
Hell yeah.
damage. See how much you do.
Please not.
Rack, you open up a hole in this, and in there you can see a little bundle of cloth. But that is your turn. Back
Okay.
up to Sarah, or actually down to Orbit still. Orbit is going to attempt to rake his claws up against Billy again. What is your move, Billy? Fight back, dodge.
I think I'm gonna attempt to dodge once more.
All right, do the dodge. All right, you got a hard success. He also got a hard success, but since you're dodging, you win ties.
Let's go.
So it's close, but you're able to like break free of his grip and like kind of duck a swing going for you. And then we scoot up to the top with Seraphim. Still got that gun out.
Alright, I will keep trying to subdue him with the gun while I wait for this knife.
All right, and you stay point blank.
Yep.
All right, roll it, or at least pop it up so I can put the. It's no longer in melee, so you do get the point blank. So go ahead and click it. All right, roll damage.
Well, bam.
It just lands squarely in his shoulder. That arm almost like hangs like limp now, but he seems to just not notice at all. All right, Billy, your go.
I think Billy is going to run over and attempt to grab the knife out of the now opened crate.
Okay. You run over and attempt to grab it. Yeah, so give me a fighting brawl check.
It's come back to being animated as we've reopened it.
Actually, yeah, no. You go ahead and you grab that, and it's like limp.
Okay, awesome.
Yeah, and you kind of like rip off all this cloth, right? And you have the knife now in your hand.
Would that be what I would use my turn to do?
Good question. Just grabbing it, the movement. I'll say no. I'd say you have it now.
Can I return back to where Orbit is and use it on him?
Yeah, let's go ahead and say yes. I'm going to go ahead and put a knife in your inventory. We'll say this. That's... All right, boom. Knife in your inventory.
Excellent.
Okay. Yep, and then if you wish to try to stab him, go ahead. All right, so he is going to try to fight back. To do so, he is going to do something a little different. You see him hold out a hand towards the knife, and you see specifically Seraphim. You see the shadows kind of coalesce on his hand as he reaches out towards the knife, and as Billy starts to walk up, like the knife itself starts to gain these shadows too. So go ahead and roll your fighting brawl, and I will roll his power check. You got a regular success. I'm going to go ahead and reveal this roll to everybody.
No way.
The knife flies from your hand and is now in his grip.
You're kidding.
Mortimer, it's your turn.
Can I use the club to... Yeah, he only has one good hand left. Can I use the hammer to try and smash his other hand?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. So you run up and try to smash it. He's going to try to fight back.
Get the hell out of here. Be gone, demon. Be gone, demon!
All right. You run up and try to just basically break his hand. Actually, you would have had an advantage on that, so go ahead and click it again and roll it one more time.
Okay. Oh, with the
Yeah, the fighting brawl. Do it one more time. We'll just see.
With the... There we go.
Yeah. Okay, those were worse, so we'll go with that 22. He got a hard success, which beats your regular success.
Yeah.
Okay, here, I'll go ahead and reveal that. And so he swings around. Oh, go ahead.
Is this a thing where I can push? Or
no,
use my
but you
luck?
can spend luck if you want to. You would need to get down to You would need to get down to, because you have 25, so you'd need to get down to a 12. So you need to spend 10 luck. But he's gonna stab you if you don't spend that 12 luck.
Oh yeah, I don't want that. I want to see my kids tonight. Okay.
Or 10 luck, my bad.
Yeah, I'll
So-
spend the 10
Yeah.
luck.
Yep, spend 10 luck and then roll damage.
Okay.
You raise that up and you see this knife coming for your side, but like it scratches like the vest you're wearing instead, and you come down hard on that arm. You don't feel a break, but you feel like you did some serious damage.
Okay.
And actually there's what got hit instead of your body is like a small flask that you got as a gift for Father's Day. All right,
My
it
boy.
is Emmerich, your turn.
Okay, so the knife that was in the crate is now in the hands of, well,
Corbin.
why am I for Corbett? Right?
Yep, he's got the
Okay.
knife.
I'm gonna follow the lead of Mortimer, try to smash his hand with my shovel.
Okay. All right, roll it or pull it up. You're gonna have outnumbered, so I'll check that.
Okay.
Okay, and it's checked, and then yeah, he's gonna try to fight back. Got a regular. Let's see what happens. All right, once again with this knife in his hand, and the thing is too, like when he like stabs with this too, he almost like lets go of it and it like floats away. He also gets a hard success with a fight back.
No.
So if you've got the luck though, you can spend the luck, and you need to spend 7 of it to get down to a
Yeah.
hard.
I'll do that. I'll
Alright.
do that.
You spend 7 luck
Okay.
and go ahead and roll damage.
Ugh. No! God damn it.
Okay.
Curse
Well-
these noodle arms.
Yeah.
It was a pretty bad roll, but so here's the situation. He's got this knife. It's almost floating out of his hand as he goes to stab. It's all of a sudden like he's way better at attacking as well. You run up with your shovel and you're going to swing hard down at that hand, but you step on something. And it's a good thing you did, because that knife was coming right towards you, right towards your eye, right towards your face. And you slip on the gun that was tossed across the room, and because of that, you swing instead of down, you swing to the side, hitting Corbett's head, knocking it off of his body and into the wall.
Hell yeah.
And Corbett's body stands there, sitting up straight, without a head, and then slowly falls down and crumples into dust. You've solved my corpse puzzle.
Yay!
You hit it until it stops moving. That's how you do it.
And how do we resolve the rest of this situation? We have a pile of papers, a pile of books, pieces of evidence of a greater, darker conspiracy. Maybe some of our investigators take that knowledge, hoard it, and use it to gain power. Maybe some destroy it to never let it see the light of day. No matter what happens, we can be sure that our investigators earned that $50. And that is the end of the haunting.
Woo!
Woo,
We
woo.
survived! We survived!
We survived.
Somehow we survived!
You survived with most of your sanity intact.
I'll never be the same.
Emmerich will never be the same. I feel like Emmerich is for sure coming out of this the most changed. And this was so much
Oh,
fun. Thank you so
undoubtedly.
much. Thank you so much, Illithid, for running
Yeah,
this. This
thank
was
you.
great. This was a great
Yeah.
time.
No problem. And I hope you too, dear viewer, survived with your sanity intact as well. I'll leave you all with this one last question. Have you seen it?